is the Big O Show. This 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 is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Welton Condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Good morning, boys and girls. Hope you all are doing well on a beautiful Wednesday, a blessed Wednesday, because we're here, right? We're here every day that we're here. It is a blessing. Jamie Zorrilla, you are a beast, bro. Even on an early start out in San Jose, you're already on with us at 5:47 in the morning. That is strong, my brother. That is strong, strong, strong. I see GP Trap there. Jamie says, I'm super excited to see our Dolphins on the field, and I have everyone. I hope everyone is having a great week. Yes. Well, we'll see today what happens with Powell and what he decides to do, if he's going to go nothing, if he's going to go a quarter point, if he's going to go half a point. We'll see. That'll determine how this day is going to go for me, at least personally. Either way, I think Bitcoin's going to pump to 29 or 30,000 today, one way or the other. But anyway, so we'll see. But should be an interesting day today, as the broadcast goes on and Powell is talking. Should be kind of interesting. We got the Heat and the Knicks tonight. We've got Ira and Kurt coming up at 9 o'clock with our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. And remember, you can go to redrecover.com and get the wraps right now, 10% off. Use our code Big O, and you will get the 10% off. And don't live in pain and discomfort when you can use red light therapy to get you by, baby, and make you feel better. I see Stetson O is in, Heat Fins, J-Town, Gordon Shumway, Steve Chapman, Dan, Gus 1388. Appreciate it. Oh, you like this hat, huh, GP Trap? All right. He didn't like my my Inter one, but you gotta love GP Trap. I don't like that hat. I'm gonna get a new one for you. I mean, that's strong right there. That is strong right there. But this one, there's nothing ever wrong with this hat, right? This is one of those hats that just, it's perfection is what it is. Absolute perfection is this hat. Anyway, simple, right? It's just Aqua and then the logo, and that's all you need, man. You don't need to change anything else. You don't need to put a whale on front of it. So there we go. GP Trap says Philadelphia man handled the Cats last night. Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, Alex Lyon was the not ready for primetime players. You know what I'm saying? But Bob has to rest some, and he's been playing pretty well lately. And yesterday, Alex Lyon was just not the guy, man. 5 goals, only had 18 saves, so it's not like he got peppered, you know. But it is what it is. Got tripped up. They got to, pick up where they left off on Thursday and start getting back on the track and start winning again. But yeah, when I saw line was between the pipes, I was like, damn, whatever. I know Bob hasn't lived up to the contract, but lately he's been playing well. So yeah, that was a rough one yesterday, GP Trap, with the Panthers and the Flyers. Tonight we got the Heat and the Knicks at 7:30, which I know Ira and Kurt will be talking a lot about that. They should be joining us in about 5 minutes. So we'll talk to the boys about what they're going to do over the next hour. We'll go over some of the things going on in the NBA, shots at LeBron, all that kind of stuff. Japan beat the USA yesterday in the World Baseball Classic. I know most people really don't give a shit about the World Baseball Classic. So I watch it, hey, listen, man, I understand. I get it. You know what I mean? I enjoyed it. It was fun. I don't talk too much about it, just like the Marlins. I watch the Marlins, but I know we're not going to talk a lot of Marlins and all that stuff. But yeah, that was fun yesterday. That was as perfect a scenario as you can paint to have Ohtani and Trout to end that game, and Ohtani to strike him out. Wow, that's impressive. Japan wins their third title, and Ohtani, just talking about an all-time just great player, man. We're watching something that we've never seen before. It was in the last century, at the beginning of the century, when they saw some fat guy that could actually pitch and hit. Okay. And actually the fat guy first pitched, then stopped pitching and became a hitter and became, obviously the Babe. But since that guy, nobody's done anything. And Babe didn't even do this. This is just at another level, what Ohtani's doing. And then to do it now with his national team in the World Baseball Classic, that was impressive as hell yesterday. That was that's the kind of drama you want for all of that. Murakami and Okamoto, by the way, had the solo home runs in that one. So K Trout, that's to end that. That is awesome. Ohtani batted .435 in that series. Although I got to tell you something, I got nothing personal against him. I like him personally, but I'm going through the paper this morning, and Greg Cody's got an article that the World Baseball Classic, it proves Miami can be a great supporter of baseball. Now it's the Marlins' turn. And I'm thinking, a lot of those people don't live here that went to the World Baseball Classic. That the people that attended all those games, a lot of them, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's probably a very, very large percentage of people that went to the World Baseball Classic do not live in South Florida. Okay? Now, I don't disagree with Cody in the sense that this can be a town that supports baseball, by the way. I just, in that article, to use the World Baseball Classic as an example is a terrible example because that's not a South Florida fan base that went there. Some of South Florida went there, but the world went to that thing. That's like the World Cup. That's what that is. You had Dominicans coming from, the Dominican Republic, and you had Mexicans that came from Mexico, and you had your Puerto Ricans that flew over from the island, and you had Puerto Ricans that flew from all parts of the United States to come watch Puerto Rico, just like Dominicans that live in Chicago or New York or Los Angeles or whatever. Some of them flew over here. And I read that article today, and it was like, Craig, I get it, bro. Yes, Miami could be, if they would do their part, Miami will support any team. But you got to do your part, but it has nothing to do with the World Baseball Classic. I thought that was silly because that's an international crowd that came in. They flew in. What actually it did was inject money into the the community. That's actually what it did. But it's just I read that and it was just silly. One had nothing to do with the other. Unfortunately. But it's definitely a vibe that stadium doesn't ever see. Edward Thurston Howell liked my UFO hat yesterday. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Marlins Stadium was built in the wrong city. It should have been built in Edward. First of all, West Palm Beach is fucking minor league, dude. Who the fuck is West Palm Beach? What the hell do they do for sports? I always love when I hear that shit. I always love that. Miami-Dade County is your anchor, South Florida. Okay? Broward and Palm Beach don't mean shit. You get it? Do you understand that, right? Miami-Dade is the stupid county and the stupid city that produces the stadiums and the arenas so you can have your sports teams. Palm Beach is really smart. They don't put public funding into stadiums and all of that. Wayne was the only one that could make it happen in Broward. That's it. And Moss built the stadium himself. The counties never do anything. Broward and Palm Beach are minor league when it comes to pro sports. Let's get that shit straight. Okay, Edward? So all of you that live in Broward or Palm Beach, you talk a lot of shit, but you don't really realize that Broward and Palm Beach don't step up for sports. Okay? They had to have their arm twisted by Wayne to get the hockey arena done. Miami gets everything done for sports. They build the tracks. They build the stadiums. They build the arenas. Okay? Let's get that straight. You guys get this shit, mixed up like, oh, it belongs in Palm Beach. Palm Beach doesn't do anything. They're minor league. And so is Broward, minor league. They don't do anything for pro sports unless the owners themselves will do it in their counties. That's it, which is smart fiscally. Okay, but let's get that straight. The only stupid people are the ones in Dade County that do this. Now let's bring our boys aboard here, Ira and Kurt Heelan, as they get ready for Red Recover. I love these Palm Beach and Broward people thinking that they produce any freaking arenas or stadiums here. It's amazing.
Yeah, we got a nice hockey arena in town here.
They didn't do shit. It was Wayne that had all the power. Nobody ever again will build anything in Broward, and you know that. Moss built that stadium. Broward doesn't put their money into stadiums and arenas. They just don't do that. And
like you said, they did for Beckham's soccer stadium, which is actually the perfect size for what they had.
Well, they didn't. Moss built that.
Okay, they agreed to get a park built next to it as part of the agreement that the Beckham didn't come through with.
The county didn't spend one penny. That is all Moss's money, $175 million. He built for fun, just so then he can build the other one in Miami. So Broward and Palm Beach don't spend money. But anyway, whatever. All right, what do we got planned for the next hour, boys?
Well, I want to go over a couple of things with Kurt. It seems like every team and every fan of a team in the NBA thinks their team is underachieving, and it's a very strange NBA season. Kurt knows this from LA, obviously the Lakers, but even now the Clippers, the Heat here. And the point I'm trying to make to everyone is when you wake up and look at the standing this morning, the Heat are tied for the 10th best record in the NBA, which means the Heat are better than 2/3 of teams in the NBA. But as we know, Big O, it's all about expectations. And the expectations for the Heat were greater. And the expectations for the Clippers were greater. And it's just interesting. It seems like in every sport, you sort of set yourself up for disappointment unless you're one of the uber elite teams. So I want to go over with Kurt the Heat season, what went right, what went wrong, and really if it's that far off based on the payroll, based on the roster, based on the genuine outlook of the Miami Heat. If they do wind up number 6, is that who they are at the end of the day anyway? And then I want to get into last night, the Brooklyn Nets lost at home to the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Heat are now a half game out of the number 6 playoff seed. How is that going to play out? I have the schedule for the Brooklyn Nets very soft the rest of the way. So are we sort of chasing something that can't happen, or are we about to see a little bit more from the Heat? So we're going to discuss that and more on redrecover.com inside the paint.
Go to redrecover.com, use our code Big O, get 10% off. For the doggies, you can get 30% off on red light wraps to help their hips. For the next hour, you will get hardcore Miami Heat and NBA basketball talk on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan next.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code Big O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we welcome you in for another weekly edition of our 9 a.m. RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's crack of dawn Kurt Heelan, we like to call him here. He's out in the LA area. He, of course, is from NBCSports.com, Pro Basketball Talk. Kurt, we're getting to critical mass here.
Yeah.
Final 3 weeks of the NBA season. I want you to first give a national perspective, and then I'm going to give the local perspective here. We try to do both here on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. Who's happy in the NBA right now? In other words, with 3 weeks to go in the NBA season, and you look at the standings, you look at the setup of how the playoffs are going to shake out, you look at, and this to me is the key word, expectations. Who's happy in the NBA? Who's waking up on this Wednesday morning on March 21st and saying to themselves, March 22nd, whatever the hell the day is, and saying to themselves, you know what? We feel good about ourselves. Kurt, give me some optimism to start the day, if you could, please.
Yeah, there's not a lot. I was a really good point. There are a couple. I mean, I think if you're a Bucks fan, you're pretty comfortable with where you are. You've got the top seed in the East. Your team's kind of clicking. Philly fans might be okay with where they are, although they're Philly fans, so they're never happy, Ira. They're just not. Outside of that, I mean, Oklahoma City, your 7th seed, saw that last night. Like they're surprisingly good, but outside, and maybe hey, if you're a Pistons fan, it's what you might not be happy, right. But
there's two,
but there's not a lot of. You're right, like the few teams are meeting the expectation of what they had for this season.
Yes, and again, and I apologize because I know Kurt does a ton of national radio interviews, so do I. And you get these questions foisted at you at the last minute, and you're like, let me go through my head as I'm staring into the camera. So I'm going to give you two more that I think are the best two stories of teams that are really content where they are. Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, as soon as you said that, I'm like, what was I thinking? How did I leave them off?
Sacramento Kings, I think, are number one. And the New York Knicks. I know Knicks fans, and you know how it is, going back to the Mark Berman days of the Post, the Knicks fans always think they're a championship away, that it should happen for them. But I think, Kurt, you would agree that this season, the New York Knicks have to be content where they are. And at least to this point, I know the goal might not have been the number 5 seed, but, the Julius Randle is playing, I don't want to say MVP level, but putting up MVP numbers occasionally. And it's interesting. And let's be honest here, Kurt Heelan, because our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show goes back to the summer. We spoke about free agency. We both had our doubts about Jalen Brunson and the money they paid him. I would say Jalen Brunson has filled 2 boxes this season. The free agent acquisition who has done the most to help a team change their fortunes, number 1. And the free agent loss that's most hurt a single individual team. Because all Dallas has done this season is try to chase answers for having lost Jalen Brunson, including the desperation of moving for Kyrie Irving. So I think the Knicks, because of Brunson and because of Randle, the Sacramento Kings are the sort of feel-good stories in the NBA. my greater take to this was, man, you look at the standings. You look at the Celtics going through a little bit of a rough patch now. I mean, all year it's been good news out of Boston. Then they go ahead and they give an extension to Joe Mazzulla, and okay, we're done. We're past the Ime Udoka thing. This guy's the greatest coach in the world. Now, not so much. The Cleveland Cavaliers, as good a season as they've had, I think they thought they were going to be even better than some of these road woes that they've had this season. So I think there's questions there. Anyone below the Knicks in the Mendoza line the conference thought they were going to be better. Certainly the Miami Heat, and we're going to get to that, of course, more. Please chime in on our chat board. I see we still got some Dolphins leftovers here. Big O is gone, so he's not going to get angry at you if you turn it to basketball. Join us on our chat board on YouTube if you could. Be glad to get to all your questions. I think the Heat, the expectations were higher. I think the Toronto Raptors, you and I have spoken about every week, I think their expectations were higher. Chicago Bulls, certainly with their quote-unquote big three, with DeMar DeRozan, Nikola Vucevic, and Lonzo Ball to a degree also. I thought, and Zach LaVine, who I always forget, thought they were going to be better. Washington with Porzingis getting a full season in there, thought they were going to be better. And certainly the Atlanta Hawks, having already gone through a coach this season, thinking, and the trade they made for DeJounte Murray, and they mortgaged their future, thought that they would be better. So looking at the Eastern Conference, if you were to pick out, and again, you're in LA, so don't worry about Heat fans. They're not knocking on your door. Who would you term the biggest disappointments in the Eastern Conference?
Honestly, from preseason expectations, the Heat come in second or third, but it's Brooklyn. Because remember, Brooklyn was going to be it. Remember, they had Kyrie. They had
perfect example.
They were going to be all of it, and nobody has blown up and literally blown up the roster quite the same way as Brooklyn. After that, Atlanta internally had way higher expectations, and hence the new GM, the new coach in the middle of the season, everything else. Because in no way did the owner and owner's son push for these trades over the objections of the guys who were fired. And then I think Miami comes after that, just because this was, like, as we've discussed and fans know, this was a team that went so far and showed such promise in the playoffs last year. And it felt like brought back so much of the core, and it just hasn't lived up to expectations, even if, though I'm kind of with you, I think they've got a really good shot at the 6th seed right now. But we'll talk about that later. I think everybody expected. If you had told me they were fighting to stay in the top 6, I would have been shocked.
Yeah, it's just so you have that going on. Of course, like you said, with Brooklyn, there's been no team that's been as dynamic this season in its changes. I mean, to go from the Durant and Kyrie core to a bunch of quote unquote nice players, and you and I know what a bunch of nice players get you in the NBA. They get you a bottom playoff seed, maybe. They get you a play-in berth, more likely. It's sort of interesting now that the NBA, instead of being two tiers, playoffs and lottery, now that there's that third tier in the middle here, the play-in teams, those are the teams sort of caught in that limbo of good, but not good enough. So I think it's an interesting tier that Adam Silver added in. I already wrote this at the Sun Sentinel. You and I have discussed it. I think the play-in tournament is fantastic, unless you would have been a 7 or 8 seed otherwise and not had to sweat out all of this. Yeah. But it has kept the league alive. Kurt Heelan, I mean, we are talking mid to late March. And we are talking about teams, Oklahoma City, perfect example you brought up, underachieving teams in the East that at least can pretend. I'd say the Washington Wizards have another week of pretending left where they can catch the group, which really seems to fall into place. It looks like the Eastern Conference play-in right now in some order will be Miami, Atlanta, Toronto, and very surprising with their late rush, 2 double overtime victories, the Chicago Bulls. It's almost like the Bulls realized in the last week, we have Zach LaVine, we have DeMar DeRozan, we have Nikola Vucevic. Like, we shouldn't be this bad. We have a very good coach in Billy Donovan. Now I want to take you to the Western Conference, especially because of what happened last night, what you saw, some interesting technical fouls at the end of a game, everything that went into the Clippers. I was asked for a foreign publication to submit my choice. This was about mid-February. A magazine called Dunk Shoot in Japan. I thought it was Dunk Shot for 20 years while I was collecting checks. Apparently it's Dunk Shoot. And they asked me for my prediction of who would win the West. And at the time, I told them the Los Angeles Clippers. Yeah. And then you look at the standings. And it's, to me, Kurt, the reason I bring this up, Heat fans, we will get to you for a second here on the chat board. The reason I bring it up is this. I almost look at the Los Angeles Clippers as the Miami Heat for this reason. Oh, yeah. You kept waiting for that moment. Oh, they'll go on a 4-game winning streak. They'll win 7 of 10. They'll get hot. They'll get to where they need to be. And almost exactly like the Miami Heat, whether it's the Heat injuries with Kyle Lowry and injury management with Jimmy Butler, whether it's what's going on with Kawhi Leonard, and now in a shocking turn of events, Paul George might be hurt again. Knowing all of that put together, Kurt Heelan, what the hell is wrong with the Clippers?
Yeah, it does. It's the same thing in the sense of like all season long. See if this sounds familiar to Heat fans. You know, once we get everybody healthy and right, it's just going to be fine, right? And once we've got to load manage our best player so that he's ready for the playoffs. But once he gets back and puts it in gear, it's going to be something different. It's always once everything is perfect, except Ira, and everybody watching knows this. Nothing's ever perfect. Nothing's ever, yeah, everything's great when everybody's healthy. And so the Clippers had been playing better lately. They had looked more like a threat. Kawhi Leonard has been brilliant. Then came the unfortunate injury, kind of fluky thing where Lou Dort collided with Paul George last night. And this doesn't, for all the load management and other complaints, this one is scaringly legit. I mean, we haven't heard anything official yet, but we'll see what comes of it. And that would look, these teams that need everything to go perfect, it just torpedoes your season. But that's actually, it's a really good analogy because they were another team. I picked them preseason. I'm like, in a wide open way, I'm like, this is the year it's going to come together for them. It's not. And it's going to be a fascinating, a little like Miami, but I think even way more so because of a far more impatient owner. It's going to be a really interesting offseason there. They've given this thing 4 years, and there's going to be changes.
And I wanted to draw to the Western Conference for that reason. When you look at the Western Conference standings, you have 3 elite teams, although I'm still not sold in Sacramento as Memphis is elite, but their record says otherwise. You have Denver in first place at 48-24, Memphis in second place, 44-27, Sacramento third place, the shock of the season, 43-29. And then you get to a line where everyone has the same record, and you could be 4 and you could be 10. It's the same. Yeah. So you look at these teams in terms of disappointment, and I want to go to that 4 through 6 group at the moment, and it is changing by the moment. The Phoenix Suns, what the expectations were with their previous roster before the blockbuster.
Yes.
Then they get Durant for a week, then he gets hurt. Of course, we know that Devin Booker's missed a ton of time. Chris Paul is having a little bit of a Kyle Lowry look to his game right now. Where would you put the disappointment quotient with the Phoenix Suns?
Because of the blockbuster, not as high. It was high before that because, again, this was a team that expected to be at the top of this conference, and it just didn't click for them this year. And injuries were part of that, but so was Chris Paul showing some age, and then Devin Booker missing time and not having, with Chris Paul looking slower, and DeAndre Ayton DeAndre Ayton's good.
Right.
Yeah, great. They just never came together the way they thought. But I'll tell you right now, the expectations there are through the roof. And I kind of get it in this sense. You look at that West and you're like, you talked about elite teams at the top.
Right.
I'd still say the best, not only the 3 best teams in the NBA, but maybe the 4 best teams in the NBA. Because I might think if you put the Cavs in the West, your top seed.
Teams, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think, but so much of teams would rather be in the, weirdly, for the first time in decades, I think all those teams would rather be in the West than the East. Yeah. I think Phoenix, they get Kevin Durant back with 2 or 3 games to go, and he plug and plays pretty well. Why not Phoenix? Like, I don't know who honestly, when it gets I don't know who I'm going to write down that I'm going to pick in 2 or 3 weeks. I really don't.
It's crazy. And I want to go to one other team there that I can't figure out for this reason, Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com. The Golden State Warriors have championship-proven, battle-tested players in Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, all healthy right now. Maybe not the type of supporting cast they previously had. I'd agree with you. Yeah. Their split between home and road record is practically obscene. The Golden State Warriors this season are 20-7 at home at Oracle Arena and 8-20 away from home. Kurt Helin, with battle-tested, playoff-proven players, how the hell do you explain the Golden State Warriors sitting there right now at number 6 in the Western Conference at 37-36?
Yeah, I don't have the explanation. I mean, I think the depth is part of it. I think part of it was they really did have championship hangover to start the season, and they were kind of like, we'll flip the switch when the games matter. But even Draymond was saying, it's like, you're 70 games into the season, man. If you haven't flipped the switch, if you don't know where it is, right?
Right.
Like, I don't quite know, other than, and we've talked about this with Heat, sometimes it's not your year. Sometimes it's things just aren't clicking and aren't flowing the way you want. And there is genuine pressure on them too, because I don't know how much longer this roster is going to be together there. The core three, they thought, I'll tell you internally, they're like, hey, we're bringing back our core six. They thought their young guys would step up, but it didn't click. It hasn't. It just, Jordan Poole has not been the same. Like, it's just down the line, they haven't been the same.
No, I would agree with that. There are a bunch of teams. The other team is, and we spoke about it before with the Jalen Brunson loss and the Dallas Mavericks and how they really erred in what they thought the player was or wasn't. Then they made some desperation moves. They got rid of their sort of core players who were the glue around Luka that had some success. We've seen this all the time. The NBA is not a league of one. If you have one elite player, sometimes you are nowhere. You have to have, if not a big three, that era might have gone, at least a dominant two. And even the Lakers with LeBron and Anthony Davis, that hadn't proven enough. Can you explain the Dallas Mavericks? Is it a breakdown in coaching? Some people think Jason Kidd's overrated. Is it a breakdown in the front office? For years, they had the stability of Donnie Nelson, who guided them on a nice even keel during the Nowitzki era. They got their championship against the Heat in 2011. And now it's like Mark Cuban, Mr. Shark Tank, who figures out every business deal, suddenly can't figure out his main business property, the Dallas Mavericks. Are they just a player lost in the Oasis? And I want to turn this because I know Heat fans want to know about this. Could you see Luka bolting at some point and saying, I've got to find grass that's greener?
Yes, but I think it's a couple of years away. He even said this year, he's in the first year of his 5 years. I think you're talking the summer of 2025 before, like, it's a couple of years away before that contract starts to get a little old and they haven't found anybody yet. And, I mean, it's a crazy thought, but maybe Kyrie won't work out. I mean, it's possible.
Shocking Kurt Helin development. Yes.
But they misjudged. I think this is mostly a front office thing. The misjudging of what Christian Wood was going to be for them. The trading away their biggest problem outside of, they've got a few, but their biggest problem is they defend their defense is. It's like watching those workout videos where guys go against chairs in the gym. Yes. Like they're just horrible defensively. Yes. So even if they go off, they lose the game. And Jason Kidd had them playing great defense last year. Ira, I don't know, was that smoke and mirrors?
No, I think that was core defensive guys. I know they weren't great with Dorian Finney-Smith this year early, but they had those kind of gritty players. I think Jalen Brunson is one of those gritty players. Want to get to one last thing in the West, and then we're going to take a break and go Heat-centric. So if you're on the chat board with the Heat, I will get to all those things. The number 11 Western Conference Los Angeles Lakers, we don't know about LeBron. They built a nice backup core behind LeBron. Then LeBron went away. 35-37, a half game out of the number 10 spot in the West. Only 2 games out of the direct playoffs, number 6. Where do you, Los Angeles-based Kurt Helin, see the Los Angeles Lakers trending?
I think they probably get into the play-in and maybe fight their way through as the 8th seed, but they're not. The LeBron foot injury is, look, he has done everything he can humanly possible to get back. And I think part of it is that he realizes this is a pretty good team after the trade deadline. Again, if everything is right, if Anthony Davis is healthy and clicking, if he's out there playing at his level, so finally, hey, Jared Vanderbilt can defend, and D'Angelo Russell gives them the shot creation they thought they were going to get with Westbrook. And they're a pretty good team when everything's right. And so he's trying to get back, but I don't think that let's put it this way. I think you would, man, if you are Denver or Memphis, man, I do not want to see them in the first round. Like, I really do not want to see them in the first round.
There's a bunch of Western teams I don't want to see in the first round, including the Warriors. I agree.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wanted to sort of go around. So Heat fans, as miserable as you might think you are, there's more misery around the league than maybe you think. We're going to go Heat-centric after this break on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. We'll take you through the mechanisms of how the Heat can avoid the play-in, or maybe get stuck in the play-in. We'll actually go game by game, Miami Heat, Brooklyn Nets schedule, maybe discuss the outside chance of catching the New York Knicks. So we're Heat-centric after this break on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code BIG-O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back for our second segment this week on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com, out in the Los Angeles area. If you missed our first segment, we talked about the NBA disappointment factor. And as much as Heat fans might have expected more, number one, you're not alone in the NBA. Number two, the Heat still are tied for the 10th best record in the NBA. So 2/3 of the teams are worse. So maybe it's not as bad as you think. If you missed that, you can catch it anywhere where the Big O podcast can be found. Just go find that. You can also smash our like buttons on social media. You also can join us on our YouTube chat. And Kurt, I'm going to go here quick because I don't want to let people think we're leaving them hanging. So going to be a little scattershot. Then we will get back and talk playoffs. Feel free, folks, to chime in here if you'd like. Also, Jean Rosario, or Gene Rosario, again, never know which direction to go with these. Hey, Ira, do you think Duncan Robinson will ever crack meaningful minutes again? Not just 2 minutes left in a blowout. Gene or John? Duncan Robinson, to me, is a swing factor because when Duncan Robinson is good, he changes the defense. He opens up passing lanes. He opens up driving lanes. He opens up the post. But he's a defensive sieve. And there was a point where Eric Spoelstra realized that he was unplayable, and he turned to Max Strus. And then Max Strus said, you know what? I'm going to start shooting about 28% on three-pointers, and he wasn't the answer also. So, Kurt Hieland, I want to phrase the question to you this way. The utter NBA liability defensively, no offense, I think even Duncan might come close to realizing he's not an elite defender, versus the elite three-point shooter. You had one out there with the Clippers who they let go, and I was surprised, in Luke Kennard. Yeah. He then went to the Memphis Grizzlies. Doesn't play a lot. When the Heat played the Grizzlies last week, I'm like, wait, Luke Kennard is here? I hadn't seen his name much. What's your thinking talking to scouts and people around the league about the one-way shoot-only player? Has the league become offensive-oriented enough where you can deal with it and should? Or is it a matter of no matter what you're getting on one end, if you're giving up too much on the other end, coaches just won't play you? Discuss Duncan Robinson and that overall concept of the one-way shooter.
I think that there's a movement away from that a little bit, unless you've got such good defensive players around said player. Like, it looks a lot better if, I don't know, Rudy Gobert or Joel Embiid are back there protecting, right? You know what I mean? But in general, I think you're starting to see, like with Luke, if you're one-dimensional players like that just get torched on defense in this all offensive theory, you've got to get some stop. We're talking about all the offense and all the offense these guys bring, and I think you're right with Duncan. I think he can have value, but if you're that bad defensively, scouting is just better now than it was 20 years ago. And even in the middle of the season, hey, Duncan's out here, target him. Like in a way that didn't happen before. Guys get targeted now, and it's like it just limits how much you can play them. Yeah,
it's the pick and roll game. It's teams switching everything or forced into switches. It's almost like literally a player dribbles down court. He points to the defender that he wants to be guarded by. Yep. He has that guy bring the screen up top. They have to switch it because some of these guys, Trae Young, other guys, Damian Lillard, have this 30-foot range that if you don't switch it above the key, the guy just going to lock and launch from there and shoot it at a high enough percentage. So I sort of get that. But here's my question, Kurt Hieland, because you and I discussed this. When we discuss the trading deadline, the buyout deadline, free agency, we say you also have to take a long view on this. So this is what Ira Winderman doesn't understand. Duncan Robinson gets this contract. Joe Harris gets this contract. Davis Bertans gets this contract. Luke Kennard got a contract. All these guys got paid solely as shooters. In the short term, maybe it worked out. But 2-3 years down the line, they all look like terrible deals. Didn't they see this league evolving? Has this evolution happened so quick that they just didn't see it coming? Or did they simply, the Miami Heat, and again, folks, if you're eating breakfast, put the spoon down right now, put the waffle back on the plate. Duncan Robinson, 5 years, $90 million, and does not play. Kurt Hieland, shouldn't there have been more forethought and foresight?
Yeah, but I think that it's kind of easy to say that now. Like you said, you're talking about Miami, the Clipper front office, which was generally considered really smart. I mean, you're generally talking about smart front offices whose coaches have said, hey, I realize you signed this guy because he brings a specific, incredibly needed and valuable skill set to the table, but I can't play him. I think this is, I don't want to say Eric Spoelstra's like not talking to these guys, but like at the end of the day, he's got to win games and he can't play Duncan. And as much as on paper, Duncan Robinson helps you. And like you said, there are games, it feels like he does. Same with Max. But if you're not hitting him if you're that guy, you've got to be 40%. Like,
you've got to be uber elite. I'm still not so sure that's enough because it means you're missing 60% of them. And in the view of some of these coaches, and it's not true, they almost think that Duncan Robinson is giving up 100% shooting by his man just because when it looks bad, it looks really bad. So I just think that's sort of a curious thing that, again, folks, and that's the reason I answered Gene's question is it's not just the Heat who made that choice on a shooter only. What's interesting is there was a point in the Heat's history when they had a 2-time winner of the three-point contest during All-Star Weekend in Jason Capono, and they elected not to pay him and let him go to Toronto because they felt the defense was so lacking, it didn't work. Now you have this latest evolution. You know who's going to get screwed by this, Kurt Hieland? Max Strus. Because the Heat cannot afford to give Max Strus the Duncan Robinson contract. because other people saw the Duncan Robinson contract that he gave. And I think Max is almost going to pay for the sins, quote unquote, of Duncan Robinson.
And it's going to be interesting to see if another team tries to well, they're not going to pay him, but we can get him because we were, is there a team out there, Ira, that doesn't, is there a front office and say, once we get him in our system, it's going to be totally different. They all think that.
Yeah, no, and again, he'll get something. I just don't think. I think the Joe Harris and the Duncan Robinson contracts are a thing of the past. Edward Thurston chimes in here and said the Heat have offense and defensive rebounding problems. Their inside game needs to improve for them to be better. This is another trend in the NBA. The Heat had some answers at power forward. Then they let P.J. Tucker go to the Philadelphia 76ers because they said, we're not giving a guy who's going to be 40 years old in the third year of a contract $12 million. We don't see that as prudent business. And they played smaller ball. There's a bunch of teams around the NBA right now, including the Brooklyn Nets, who we'll get to, I promise, folks, in this Eastern Conference playoffs, who are undersized also. A bunch of teams who are playing natural threes at the 4. Kurt, again, that was a trend in the league, to go smaller, to go 5 out. The Heat are featuring Kevin Love at center sometimes now instead of bringing in Omer Yurtseven while Cody Zeller is out with his broken nose. This trend toward small ball, this trend toward a smaller power forward, is that just the three-point trend, or is that sort of coaches thinking they're smart enough they could pull it off, and is that problematic?
I think it's the three-point trend, and you've got to get those points in the paint, but we tend to think of it like, well, we've got to get points in the paint by getting it to Bam so he can hit his little 12-foot floater. No, Jimmy Butler can get you points in the paint. Frankly, Tyler Hero can get you points in the paint. Like, you can, about to come back tonight, Ja Morant might be the best example of this. He gets you a ton of points in the paint because he just gets by everybody. Like, you can get them in different ways, but at the end of the day, you still got to get to James Harden was, hey, free throws, threes, and at the rim. Like, he still gets to the rim and finishes. If you don't get inside and get those points, you're in trouble. And I think teams became so enamored with the floor spacing and that you just didn't have those drives. You didn't have that shot creation. You didn't bend the defense the way you need to.
Big Dan 305 says the Heat, scroll up here, the Heat ran it back and fell on their face again. This is on Pat. It's the second time it's happened. No, Big Dan, it's probably the third or fourth time it's happened. The Heat brought him back with James Johnson, Dion Waiters. That didn't work out. The Heat went to the 2020 NBA Finals, thought they were good enough. Brought back Myers Leonard. Most of that team were swept out of the first round in 2021 by the Milwaukee Bucks. Then after last season, within one shot of the NBA Finals, the Heat are teetering right now, 6-7 seed, not exactly where they want. Kurt, I want to throw it to you another way. Again, this is sort of like our first segment of you can find optimism in the pessimism for this reason. The Miami Heat have been to the Eastern Conference Finals 2 of the last 3 years. They might have a puncher shot this season of getting back there, depending on matchups. If they wind up with the Sixers in the first round, and maybe they get a team that has an injury in Milwaukee or Boston in the second round, you don't know. Kurt Heelan, you write all kinds of rankings of teams, of future rankings, things like that, at Pro Basketball Talk. If I were to tell you I had a team that made the Eastern Conference Finals 2 of the last 3 years, would you say they are a failure? Would you say they are doing a good job? And the real question I want you to answer this, Kurt Heelan, is, would you say that a bunch of teams would take that without asking any questions?
Well, a bunch of teams would. By the way, yeah, I've got NBA power rankings coming out later this week, and I'll just say now that the Heat are not in the top 5. I'll just throw it out there.
Shocking development.
Yeah, I think they're. I think I have them 10 or 11. They
sounds right.
I think there's a lot of teams. There's a lot of owners, frankly, that would be good with that. I don't know if all the front offices would, because there's that ring or bust culture in a lot of front offices. But I think there's a lot of owners who would be like, hey, man, how many playoff games did we get? How many games did we get to host, and extra income did we bring in and keep the fan base engaged? Like, I think there's a lot of owners who would jump at that kind of consistency and ability. And by the way, you talked about the Heat 5 or 6. I talked with an executive this week who was discussing, if you were Philadelphia and or Boston, would you tank a little and maybe give up the set? If find a way to avoid Miami in the first round, even if it meant costing you the home court in the second round because I just don't want to see them.
Yeah, no, and again, and I'm getting that from Heat fan also. You're better in the play-in if you can get Philadelphia. No, you're never better in the play-in. You're never better in a playoff round where if you lose 1 or 2 games, your season is over. You don't want to fight to survive the week of April 10th. You want to be able to get to 4 of 7, have a couple of bad moments, and still be in a playoff series. Yeah. There's a big difference there. That's not the Heat's choice. The Heat's choice is to all-out chase Brooklyn. We will get to that in an upcoming segment or maybe in the next couple of minutes. Big Dan comes back and goes, if the Heat are stuck in the middle, when do you blow this team up and change the pieces? Well, this is interesting because you've had blow-up teams that were sort of stuck in the middle. To me, Washington Wizards stand out. They try to blow it up with John Wall. They try to blow it up with Russell Westbrook. They then blew it up with Spencer Dinwiddie and made the Kristaps Porzingis trade. And they're no better than where they were and probably have less star power than where they previously had. That's one team. You and I just spoke about the Dallas Mavericks and Mark Cuban trying to work through all these combinations to make it work for Luka Doncic. And honestly, they have probably taken a step back in that shape also. The team I expected to blow it up was the Chicago Bulls. We thought during the season, you and I spoke at the trading deadline, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Nikola Vucevic. In some cases, you have contracts coming up. You're going to have to renew certain guys. They kept it steady. They're going to get to the play-in. Maybe that's enough for their fans also. Kurt, the danger of blowing it up in the middle, isn't that easier said than done?
Yeah. And by the way, you mentioned Mark Cuban. He's the king of that. He blew up a championship team. He had a team that won a ring with Dirk Nowitzki, and now they were coming out of the lockout and things were a little weird. He's like, the grass is always greener for some people, and it's way easier to say that than to execute it, even in the offseason. It doesn't, as midseason, it rarely pans out. And offseason, even then, everybody. I don't know. The way things fit together, the chemistry, you bring in so much unknown that unless you're bringing in Kevin Durant, there's just not much you can be sure of.
Yeah, the whole blow it up, even with the Heat, I think you have to be a little bit careful what you wish for when you're only 1 year removed from the Eastern Conference Finals. So, again, I can understand that, but there's part 2 of that, Kurt Heelan. Do you have the patience to do that?
Yeah.
Kurt, you follow fan bases. You follow lack of patience. Are there places, do you think, Utah's a perfect example now? They were a perennial playoff team with a very good coach in Quinn Snyder, a defensive player of the year in Rudy Gobert, a young, emerging scoring talent in Donovan Mitchell, but they couldn't make the playoff breakthrough. So Danny Ainge, Dwayne Wade come in, they clear house and start all over again. Utah's a one major league city. That's all they have is their Jazz. So they have no choice to be patient because they can't go watch their baseball team, their football team, their hockey team. I know they have an MLS team. Are there many markets like that would even tolerate that, Kurt Heelan?
Yeah, not many. I think there's not many fan bases, and especially ones who, like you said, have options. Sacramento put up with it, but again, what else were you going to do? They got some AAA baseball. It's not in a city like Miami, or especially a Miami Heat franchise where the fans are used to a certain level of success. This has been such a good franchise for so long. I don't think you get that tolerance. You certainly don't get it anywhere along the Northeast corridor. I was going to say, would Wizards fans care? But we'd have to poll all 5 of them to find out.
Yes, exactly. Get them in the same place at the same time. So I totally get that. Lenny Pena says here, please tell me we're not bringing back these undrafted players. They have all hit their ceiling. We need to add more young drafted talent on this team. Kurt, you've written, and we've talked about this story about Heat players like Duncan Robinson and Max Strus and Gabe Vincent and Omar Yurtseven. I sort of agree with Lenny. I think there's a point where you realize nice stories make for really good video features by your team's marketing department, but at some point you only go so far with former G League talent. Your thoughts?
Isn't the trick with them, though, selling high? Like, to me, and maybe you will probably re-sign Gabe this summer, but hey, we found Duncan Robinson. We've got him at a peak and some value, and we're about to pay him. Is that when you trade those guys for players you can trust a little more? Yeah. And that doesn't mean you drafted versus undrafted can be, we can go down the long list of missed draft players, but
Sure.
I think that there's something for just using, hey, we developed this guy. We've got a reputation for this. Maybe we get out at a high as opposed
and I think
to
they could, and I think they could have used Max Strus as a trade chip to offload some stuff, at the deadline, like you and I spoke about, and they bypassed that. Want to try to clear up the chat board as much as I can, so I'm going to get to a couple more real quick. Then, Sean, we'll go to the break. T. Strafacci, I hope I get that right, says we need to try to get rid of Lowry this offseason to get someone like Terry Rozier. Well, it's not like Terry Rozier doesn't get hurt, but that's another story for another day. Kurt, your thought on a tradable final year contract. Kyle's going to have about $30 million, 1 year left. Everyone keeps talking about, expiring contracts, so get rid of them. Kevin Love, to me, was the case study this year. He had a similar deal to Kyle Lowry. Everyone thought Cleveland would put that in play for another veteran. Didn't work. The expiring contract isn't what it used to be, is it?
No, it's not even close. They don't have that much value. Frankly, you're going to have to put some kind of sweetener probably next to Kyle to move that contract. I'm not saying that's not a good idea still, that it's just time to move on, but you're going to have to add a pick or a young player or something. You're going to have to add to that.
I agree.
Lowry is salary ballast in whatever you do this summer.
I agree. And last one before we go to the break from Edward, I think the Heat needs to stop trading their picks away for vets and get the younger guys out of college. Well, they still owe Oklahoma City a lottery-protected pick in 24, or else it's unprotected in 25, so they're not quite there. Personally, I believe they will use their 2023 this June first-round pick as a sweetener to get some money off the books, whether it's Victor Oladipo, whether it's Kyle Lowry, so we'll see that also. So, Edward, I know that's not the answer you wanted, but hey, Kurt and I can say whatever the hell we want. Anyway, I promise we're going to look at the Heat and Nets playoff race game against the Knicks tonight. So we'll combine that in our final segment here on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. Talk about the Heat's upcoming schedule. We will get to that. If you want to get back to the chat board, I'll try to squeeze in a few more also. All of that and more after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back for our third and final segment this week of our typical 9 a.m. Wednesday RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com, out in the Los Angeles area. And Kurt, I promised we would get to this, and I want to go over schedules also. The Brooklyn Nets last night lost a game that was closer than it looked at the finish because of some free throw problems. The Nets lost at home to the Cleveland Cavaliers, who they also play on Thursday. The Miami Heat tonight hosting the New York Knicks, coming off a brutal loss when Julius Randle scores 57. They still can't find a way to win against an unbelievably shorthanded Minnesota Timberwolves team that didn't even have Anthony Edwards on Monday at the Garden. So that's the matchup now. The Heat are within half a game of the Brooklyn Nets. They play Brooklyn on Saturday here at Miami-Dade Arena, but Brooklyn already has the tiebreaker. This is a 3-game season series. The Nets are up 2-0. So really the half-game lead is 1.5 games. And I'm going to put you on the spot because I'm sure you haven't looked at the schedule, or maybe you have ahead of time when we were talking about possibly going through this exercise right now. Kurt, the way things are trending, from what you see from both the Heat and the Brooklyn Nets, I'll set it up again. A half a game between the Heat at number 7, the Nets at number 6, coming down the stretch here, a meeting Saturday in Miami-Dade Arena. Number 6 gets a direct ticket to the playoffs, plays the number 3 seed, opening round best of 7. Number 7 has to either beat the number 8 team at home, or if it loses that game, has to beat the winner of the 9-10 game at home in order to get to the playoffs. Number 7 seed loses 2 games in 1 week. On the Tuesday and Friday after the regular season finale, they are done, no playoffs. Kurt, how do you see Heat Nets playing out?
I like the Heat in that one. I just don't think the Nets, and I think you saw it last night, I think there's a real ceiling with all the nice players they have. If you roll in and think we've got them, you're in trouble. Unless it's one of those games where, hey, Spencer Dinwiddie goes off. It's still the NBA. Mm-hmm. Miami should be able at home to kind of bully them. They're not that strong inside. They've got a lot of nice players, like we've said, but not great. Anyway, I think Miami should win that game. And by the way, I think what's most important, Ira, play with the desperation the urgency we've been waiting for in that game. That's where you got to see it, right? Because I think they can catch them, but Brooklyn has the easier schedule. They have the 3rd easiest schedule in the league remaining, actually. But I think they can catch them, but that game becomes literally must win. If you make it 2.5, it's too big. Yeah.
We'd have 9 games left, probably have to go at least 6-3, probably even better than that starting tonight with the Knicks to catch Brooklyn because of the way the schedules go. But the must win is the Saturday game there. Last time they played, Mikal Bridges scored 40+, was a difference maker in that game. His best game as a member of the Brooklyn Nets, career high. So they have to watch out for that. The good thing is there for the Heat. They have a 2-day break before that game. So you give Eric Spoelstra a little more time to game plan, as you know, Kurt, from what you've seen in the playoffs in recent years, you wind up in better shape. So I want to take people through the exercise because I think this is important. Kurt, usually we'll do this in football. The schedule will come out and we'll go win, loss, we'll go through it. I want to play this exercise with you to give people perspective on the Brooklyn schedule, if you wouldn't mind. So we're going to start on Thursday. Kurt Heelan, the Cleveland Cavaliers stayed over. They're back in Brooklyn for a game at Barclays against the Nets on Thursday. Cleveland at Brooklyn. If you were to make a prediction, no money line, no points line, just on who wins the game, Cleveland at Brooklyn on Thursday.
Yeah, just a money line bet. I'd take Cleveland, but Ira, we've talked all season about when you play those back-to-back baseball series, it is hard to get both wins. Cleveland is the better team. Yes. But it's going to take another big night from Donovan Mitchell just dunking all over guys, which was a great highlight from last night. It's going to take that kind of performance again because it's just hard, those back-to-backs.
Okay, the Saturday game, Miami Heat hosting the Brooklyn Nets.
Like I said, I'll take the Heat. I'll take the Heat at home.
Yeah, again, Brooklyn will be in town on a Friday night. They'll be 1 day less rested. It should work in favor of the Heat. It's a quick turnaround for the Nets. They then have to go up to Orlando after playing an 8:00 game on Saturday in Miami. They have a 6:00 game against Orlando. The standings would tell you that this is a Brooklyn game, but Orlando's been playing everyone tough.
Yeah.
Second night of a back-to-back for the Brooklyn Nets in Orlando on Sunday. Your thoughts?
I actually kind of like Orlando there because the second night of the back-to-back. And like you said, Orlando, hey, don't look now. Markelle Fultz is good. Markelle Fultz is legitimately playing very, very nice basketball down there. He has found his way, and that's him with Paolo Banchero and some Franz Wagner, some other there's some there's something there. They got some work to do, but they're a tough out right now.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that Orlando doesn't have as much talent as this reconfigured Brooklyn lineup, to be honest with you right now. Like you said, with Banchero, with a bunch of Wagners in there, with the way that Markelle Fultz has been playing, with Cole Anthony can go off on games. Their guard play hasn't been great, but they have chances. The Nets then get 2 days off, go home against the Houston Rockets. Houston at Brooklyn, Wednesday, March 29th.
Yeah, we're giving that one to Brooklyn. Houston's horrible. They did win a couple games this week. But
yes, and I'm going to go another way for this reason. Houston is bad enough. They basically secured a bottom lottery seed. So I don't think that's a case where Steven Silas is pulling players out necessarily, afraid to win. And they have thrown scares into teams. So should be a Nets win, would not be shocked. 2 days later, they host the Atlanta Hawks, the sort of up and down Hawks. Friday, the 31st of March, Atlanta at Brooklyn. Your thoughts, Kurt Heelan?
As little as I trust Atlanta, that's got to be the same way we were just talking about with the Heat. They've got to win Saturday night. This is a must win. Wouldn't you be thinking that way if you're Atlanta going in? Don't Trae Young
it has to be
and
must win for
DeJounte, they
this
have
reason.
to. Yeah.
Atlanta, where they are, if they don't catch the Heat at 7, they're trying to hold off. Toronto's only a half a game back.
Yeah.
Chicago's only 1 game back. If you wind up in that having to win twice scenario, all of a sudden it becomes that much more difficult. Atlanta should be desperate. Kurt Heelan, I don't know what desperate Atlanta looks like. I don't think they give a rat's ass.
And I don't think – look, I think that – talk about a team that's going to see some shifts in the offseason. And I don't mean they're trading Trae. I just think you're going to see some shifts.
Okay, so that's Friday night. Sunday, April 2nd, the Utah Jazz visit Brooklyn for a matinee. Utah's competitive as hell. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd probably still take Brooklyn, but Utah has had a couple wins lately, and Lauri Markkanen's good. Like, legitimately, maybe all NBA good. They are capable of, like you said, they're not a pushover. They are actually, you're going to have to earn that win.
Right. So you have the Jazz game. The Jazz also, I think, at the point of no return for lottery playing around. They're not going to be as bad as they thought. They are in the play, and they might push forward. 2 days later, Tuesday, April 4th, the Minnesota Timberwolves visit. Anthony Edwards should be healthy by then. Karl Anthony Towns might be back then. Minnesota at Brooklyn on April 4th.
Yeah, and you should get a slightly desperate Minnesota team because they're in that clump in the middle of we were talking about in the West where it's seeding's going to matter. Getting some wins is going to matter. My only question with them is once you put Towns back in, that was messy to start the season. I'm really curious what happens when you shove him back in with 8 games to go.
That opens it back-to-back. The next night, they're at Detroit. The only reason or way or anything I can give you for Detroit with that game would be to have some pride in one of their final home games of the season.
Yeah, and it is a back-to-back, so you never quite know, but Detroit's horrible. So
and then they play their home against the Magic. This is on Friday, April 7th.
I'd be tempted to lean Brooklyn at home just because they'll be desperate. And I don't know at that point. It's when you get to those final games, Ira, doesn't it become hard to predict because you're like, hey, man, we're just going to shut Paolo down for the last 4 games. Like you don't know what weird stuff is going to happen.
You don't know where you are there, which brings me to their season finale on April 9th at home against the Sixers. On one hand, the Sixers could be in a desperate fight with the Boston Celtics for number 2. With the game being a 1:00 game, they won't know Boston's result ahead of time. So I think that's another toss-up game. The Sixers are clearly better than the Nets. But will Embiid play? Will Harden play? Will they be playing for anything? I think you would agree, Kurt Heelan, if the Sixers are locked into a seed, they play no one in that game, correct?
Correct. And Doc might suit up for that game if that's the case.
He was a good point guard in his day. The point I'm trying to make, Heat fan, is this. I know people are saying Brooklyn is teetering. The Heat have their number. But if you look at winnable games for Brooklyn, they're at Orlando. They're home against Houston. They're home against Utah. They're at Minnesota. They're home against Minnesota, rather. They're at Detroit. They're home against Orlando. There are a bunch of winnable games there where they could win half their games, which means the Heat will almost have to win out. So now I'm going to turn to the other side of this exercise. We'll start with tonight. New York Knicks coming off that ugly, tough, difficult loss against the Minnesota Timberwolves. The last time the Knicks were here, you had Julius Randle score 43 points, make a 3-pointer off of his hip with 1.7 seconds remaining. How do you look at tonight's New York at Miami?
Yeah, I think that's actually my favorite game to watch tonight. I'm excited about that one just because I think these are two fairly evenly matched teams, honestly, with how hard aren't the Knicks doing what we kept saying the Heat always do, which is they just outplay harder than everybody in the regular season
Tom
right
Thibodeau
now.
has the right players for the right system for his team. It's sort of must win for the Heat. And again, they've had a 2-day break before this game. So if Eric Spoelstra wants to game plan more for Julius Randle, remember the last time they played, Jalen Brunson went out, was not available second half with an injury. So the Knicks come in stronger. Hell of a test tonight. Then we go to Saturday's game against Brooklyn. You've already given your thoughts on that, that the Heat either honestly win or shut it down and just deal with play-in if you lose that. Doesn't get any easier. At Toronto next Tuesday, we know the Raptors' desperation. Thoughts on Miami Heat at Toronto Raptors Tuesday, March 28th?
And they're tough to beat at home. And we've talked about before how they're just kind of awkward to play against, even though with and they've been a lot better with Jakob Poeltl. Actually they've got rim protection in the middle now, and that's mattered a lot for them. And it's kind of opened things up. They've been playing better.
And then second night of a back-to-back, right after that game, got to clear customs, go down to New York and play at the Garden against the New York Knicks.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Second night of a back-to-back like that is against like you said, a Knicks team is going to play hard, especially at home. That's a tough ask.
So I talked to someone who's around the Heat, and they said, look, we could lose these next four. Home against New York, home against Brooklyn, at Toronto, at New York. To me, this is the 4-game litmus test of who are you? What do you stand for? What can you be? Kurt Hielan, by the time you and I speak next week on our InRecover.com Inside the Paint show, and we see the start of this trend, I think you'll get a sense of whether the Heat do have another gear, because there probably can't be a better test than home against New York, home against the ultimate showdown against Brooklyn, at Toronto, and at New York. I think those 4 determine. Then you come home from the road trip, you play the Dallas Mavericks Saturday, April 1st. You're expecting Luka Doncic and Kyrie to be back. Kurt, I think you'd agree, Dallas will be desperate on that game.
Bet the over. Yeah. They like I said, they don't defend, but they're not easy to beat. They put up a lot of points, and we know Luka can be absolutely clutch in those close games. They're tough.
Yeah. So again, the schedule doesn't relent. The Heat then go to Detroit again, second time in 3 weeks. The last time they played the Pistons, they were down 2 points with 4 minutes to go. They've got to get it right. On that trip, they then go to Philadelphia. That's still with a week or with 4 days left in the season. That'll be a game that the Sixers look. I'll just throw it to you, Kurt Hielan. Second game of a road trip for the Miami Heat. First night of a back-to-back, April 6th at Philadelphia. Who's your favorite in that game? Philadelphia, Miami.
Philadelphia is my favorite. I'd be picking them. And what's the second game?
And then they go to Washington the next night. I think the Wizards.
Would you be thinking, hey, if we're not doing well, let's pull it in and make sure we've got legs under us for the second game?
If you need only one of those 2 wins, yes, Kurt Hielan, I agree. Just like they didn't play Kyle Lowry in Chicago on Saturday and did play him, and he was a difference maker, playing all 12 minutes of the fourth quarter Sunday in Detroit. So yes, Kurt Hielan, I totally agree with that. But I'm trying to set up so people know. Then they finish their season home on April 9th against the Orlando Magic. What I'm trying to set up here, Kurt, is the Heat have a tough schedule. The Nets have a winnable schedule. I think we'll see who the Heat are and what the Heat are. Kurt, Your Honor, I've just given you the case for the prosecution and the defense. You've seen the Nets schedule. You've seen the Heat schedule. You know the Nets are still a half a game up on the Heat. You know the Nets have the tiebreaker. Your Honor, with the defense I presented of the Heat schedule, with what I presented of the Nets schedule, now who are you picking to get that number 6 seed?
I'm still picking Miami. I still believe that they've got another gear that they can hit, and I think it's easier to watch, with all due respect to how well Jacques Vaughn has done. That's a team that I feel like is more likely to let go of the rope.
Interesting there. So I want to give Heat perspective. I want to thank everyone for chiming in on the chat board, from Edward to Gene, who said it is pronounced Gene like the pants. So I appreciate that. Brian and Robert and T and Lenny and everyone who caught us. We'll be back next week with another full hour on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. We hope we sort of answered some questions. Maybe in our first segment, reduce some of your Heat angst. 10th best record in the NBA. No one goes, we're number 10. But remember, there are 20 teams that are worse. So have a good day, because we're trying to present as much of a glass half full as we can today. And look, him over there says the Heat are going directly to the playoffs. We'll catch you next week. He's Kurt Heelan. I'm Ira Winderman. This has been RedRecovered.com Inside the Paint, and the Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Well, statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Yes, sir. We are ready to rock and roll. Hope you all are doing well out there. As the boys just wrapped up an hour of hardcore NBA and Miami Heat talk. We'll see if the boys can get it done tonight against the New York Knicks. We shall see. I don't know. I it's more like, I was saying, well, we'll find out what you are. Show me that you're not what I think you are. That's really what it is about with the Heat. Show me that you're not the middling team and all of that. That's what I want you to show me. And 10th place, well, that's not something that really Riley strives for. I doubt anybody in that building is happy about being 10th. But hey, man, what are you going to do? It's they've given us lots and lots of great seasons. This isn't going to be one of them, but at least, hopefully, they at least make the playoffs. That would be nice. If they can at least make the playoffs, that's an accomplishment in itself. All right, we got some folks that will join us. Matt Verderam will join us at 11, and Omar Kelly will join us at 12:30. We'll see what the Feds do today and what they announce. It's boy, Bitcoin has been holding strong, just over 28,400 right now is where it's at. It's like it's like it's ready to explode. Like it's ready to go parabolic. So we'll see. I think they're just waiting to make sure it's not like 50 points or something, but if it's 25 or nothing, I just think it's gonna run and it's gonna go past 30,000 for sure. There's no doubt about that. So we'll see what happens. So we got Heat tonight. Marlins back in action today at 1:00 against the Cards after losing yesterday. We had the World Baseball Classic wrap up last night. We talked about it earlier. So we've got that stuff going on locally on the show. Of course, you guys can send in any of your questions and comments. Not a lot of Dolphins talk, by the way. I'd love to have some Dolphins talk, but there's just not a lot out there that, of substance. We could always come up with these fake things, but that's not what we do here. We don't play those, bootleg hypothetical things on the show. It is nice to have Andrew Van Ginkel back. That happened yesterday during our show. So that's pretty much the last of the Dolphin news that's out there. But if you have any other questions, obviously we will entertain those questions. Willis Reed, rest in peace, passed away at the age of 80. Isn't it weird? Like you don't want to see anybody, pass away, right? But when you hear the age, it's different, right? Somebody passes away at the age of 25 or 35 or 55. You're like, damn, man, they still had time left, When you pass away at like 80, you're like, it's sad, but you're like, all right, he got a good life in, you know what I'm saying? And it's because as you get older, and I think that's what changes your mind about these kind of things. Because like I'm at 56 and I'm thinking, man, if I could get to 80, that's all right. That's, it's only 24 years from now. It's not really that long. Because it's like I was telling my wife the other day, we just celebrated our 29th wedding anniversary on the 18th. Today's what, the 22nd, 4 days ago. Friday it was, right? Saturday. Saturday was our wedding anniversary, or our 18th. No, Sunday, right? What was it? No, Saturday. It was Saturday. And so we were celebrating our 29th wedding anniversary, and we were just talking about how we've been together for 36 years and how it's just like crazy how time flies. Actually 35 years. It'll be 36 in November. But it's just crazy how time flies. So, 24 years is not that long from now. So if I could, but it's just one of those where as you get older, you see somebody checks out at 75, 80, 85, 90, you're like, hey, you got a pretty good chunk of life in there, I lost my dad at 51. Like, and I was young. It was 30 years ago when that happened. Okay. And so obviously I was 26 years old at that time when I lost my dad. And it's like, you lose them young, man. That's 51 is ridiculous to lose somebody. But when you hear Willis Reed passes away at the age of 80, you say, got a good life in, and obviously one hell of a player, historic player, Willis Reed. What else do we have going on in the world of sports? Oh, tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow we're on 3 to 6 because we're at Hialeah Park, so we're on in the afternoon. Dolphin fullback Alec Ingold will be joining us on the show. All right. So we got that also for you on the show. What else? What else do we have? We got some other news and notes that we'll get into on the program. Of course, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo. That's at Cash Big O Show. I already had Hateful Steve already in the morning there on Venmo. Thank you, Hateful Steve. Appreciate you. I got to get Hateful Steve to be more objective. I'm trying to get him to be more objective. It's hard, but I'm working with him on it. You know, we'll get him to that point eventually. Frankie Fresco making a donation through Super Chat. And remember, we tell you about Cash App or Venmo because we get 100% of the donation on Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. On YouTube, we get 70% because YouTube takes 30% of it. All right, here we go, Frankie. This is Prediction Wednesday. Let's talk wrestling. AEW Wednesday. Kenny Omega versus El Hijo del Vikingo. The son of Vikings? That's what this guy's name is? Okay. Also, everyone check out every Tuesday, 8 p.m. Square Circle Digest with Sean Stanley, the Sean Allen, or Sean Stanley. However you want to, we can go with his stage name or we can go with his radio name. It's actually his real name, which is interesting. So there you go. And it was on last night. And if you missed it, go back and check it out. Get some hardcore wrestling talk. So Kenny Omega or El Hijo del Vikingo. Well, I got to tell you something. Omega watches were not very durable. Sometimes, I remember back in the 80s, those Omega watches were kind of overrated, kind of like Audis back in the day. Now they're actually really good cars. Back in the day, you get an Audi, that thing would break down all the time. Omega watches were the same way. And, it's just one of those. So I don't know how Kenny is built. Is he built like an old Omega watch, which is, kind of inconsistent? Or is he more of a better, newer model? And this is why I am going to go with anybody that is the son of a Viking. Because, come on, we're talking about a Viking. We're talking about a man's man. A guy that wears horns. A guy that kills his food. I mean, that's what we want. We want people that are from the earth. And El Hijo del Vikingo. I mean, listen, right? You can't beat that. So I can see Kenny Omega ending up on a Viking funeral. So I am going to go with the son of Vikings, El Hijo del Vikingo, to take the match tonight in AEW Wednesday. What do you got for me, Sean? Thumbs up, thumbs down. He just disappeared from the whole thing. He completely disappeared. I think he was so shocked by my pick, he completely fell out of the picture.
I didn't even know the mouse button did that.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. All right, so here we go. Oh, hold on a minute. Let me get full spectrum here of the head. There we go. All right. So the durability of Kenny Omega, he was injured, but he's been fighting through. So the durability is there for Kenny Omega. He fought through a lot of injuries. He had to get 7 surgeries. So
he's kind of like an old Omega watch, huh?
In a way. But he's also
analysis you don't get this kind of analysis anywhere where I compared him to old Omega watches.
Yes.
And how about that?
But the thing is, Kenny Omega is also one of the vice presidents of the company.
So he's taking one for the team tonight, is what you're saying.
I don't think. I think he's getting the push. And again, I hate going against you because somehow you always seem to be right. But I feel like Kenny Omega gets this one, and this starts the elevation of him back up the main event roster as a singles competitor. But you've been right more than I have on the AEW pick. So I can't fault you for your pick, but I would go with Kenny Omega.
I wouldn't get a faulty Omega watch from back in the day, so I wouldn't pick the Omega, man. I'm going with the son of a Viking. Okay? Got to go with that. You can't beat that name. I agree with you, man. Good morning, Big O. Saw your decap, brought it, wearing it right now, smashed. Should be all set. Thank you, sir. Let's see. Kenny is ripped. Sean Stanley, a.k.a. Paul Stanley. There we go. Time flies when you're having fun. Amen to that. Big O, I'm 58 and lost my mom when she was 49. Way too early. Isn't that screwed up, right? It's just so screwed up, dude. I'm like you, and like my dad, he was 48, I'm 53, right? You're like, what the F, right? My dad was so young to pass away at 51. It was just ridiculous, man. GP Trap says, congrats on the wedding anniversary. Easy to remember my dad's birthday, March 18th. Passed away 3 years ago. My condolences, my man. We never recover from that shit, right? When it's somebody you love or your parents, it's you grieve forever. You may not be crying every day, but you hurt every day. You remember every day. It affects you every day. It's not something you ever forget because there's too many memories. John Padilla says, Alex Ingold, going to be nice to hear from him. Yeah, we'll have some fun with him tomorrow. Terry Lynch is in. To a time in. Steve Rupert. Frankie. Steve Marcus. Big O looks like Ron Jeremy. Well, thank you. You saw me naked? Macho Man. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Edward Thurston House says, lost my dad when I was 40. He was 62. 1 month from getting retirement. Damn. Do the Dolphins feel Zach Sealer is a must-sign like Wilkins? Well, you'll find out, right? I lost my dad 1 year ago, and it hurts like crazy. Wow. Yeah. I can't imagine. You're only 1 year removed. It'll affect you forever. Forever. Trust me, because I lost my dad 30 years ago, and there's not a day that I don't remember him one way or another, or something reminds me of him. Like last night I would have been watching the World Baseball Classic with him. Guaranteed I would have been watching the World Baseball Classic with him. So yeah, it's tough. Paul in Connecticut is in the house. He says, I also lost my dad. Yeah. Well, when we're at that age, a lot of us don't have them around, unfortunately, because the math is the math, Those of us that, as we get a little older, unfortunately, we go through that brutal experience of losing our parents. One or both, actually. All right, so we got a lot of things we can bounce around with today on the program. Do want to remind you, by the way, Essential Moving Experts, we will have Omar Kelly on today at 12:30, and Essential Moving Experts can help you anywhere across the country. So make sure you call my guys out there. They will take care of you, man. Sean Williams, good people, 386-213-4054. As you can see, the colors are Dolphins colors. Why? That's not us. That's them. That's their logos, because he's a huge Dolphins fan. Their headquarters are in Daytona, but they service all of the country. Some of our listeners have already used Essential Moving Experts, moving from city to city and moving from across the country. So it doesn't matter if you're moving from within the state, within a county, from state to state, or across the country. Essential Moving Experts can help you out, and make sure you mention the Big O Show. You will also get discounts there too. 386-213-4054. That's 386-213-4054 for essentialmovingexperts.com. And folks, they've got well over 1,600 happy customers that have all sent in their reviews, and they love the experience with Essential Moving Experts, and you will too. So if you're moving your home or your office, and by the way, they will also store your goods up to 30 days on the house. So if you're moving from one house to another, but the other house is not going to be ready for a week or two and all that, they can actually hold your stuff in their warehouse for up to a month on the house. Okay. So that's part of their service. So call Sean and the great people at Essential Moving Experts. They'll take care of you. 386-213-4054. Let's see. Lost my dad 33 years ago, and it still hurts. He was 47. That's too young, Gordon. Way too young. Lisa's in the house. Good morning, Lisa. 2 a time, says Big O. Jimmy Butler tonight over 24.5 points. God, it's really tough, right? Because he can do it. Wow. That's a tough. What's the spread? That's what I'd rather. You know what? I didn't. Here it is. Heat by 1.5 against the Knicks. The over and under is 221. Wow. I'm definitely not betting on the Heat. And it's only 1.5 points, so I'm not taking the Knicks. We go with the other team when it's a lot of points because the Heat are not in position to give anybody a lot of points. Oh, God. Over and under 24. You know what? I would leave it. I would leave it alone. It's too close to call, man. It could go either way. Too close. I don't feel confident. So, let's see. They beat up Rapper 69 in Florida. Yeah, they got him at a gym. Am I supposed to feel sorry for that guy or something like that? I don't know. So will the Dolphins wait until June or after to extend Christian Wilkins' contract? I think they're going to wait till June when they get the money from Byron Jones. I kind of think that. They're in control. They have him under contract, so it's not like something that, they're going to lose out or anything. So they'll get it done. I'm not that you guys are worried too much about something. It's the same thing with the whole Fangio thing. Oh, why hasn't he signed? Relax, he's signing. The old man does things his way. And that's all it was. It was really all about him getting pissed that the agent let it out. Las Vegas Dolphins Super Bowl, book it and cook it. I'll be there with you. Vegas and Miami are both in the AFC. No, I think what he means, Jay, is that the Dolphins will be in Vegas for the Super Bowl. I don't think he means that the Raiders and the Dolphins. That's what he means. I don't think he means Raiders. I don't think anybody would pick the Raiders right now. I don't even think the Raider fans most of them are not stupid enough to even pick their own team to go to the Super Bowl, to go to the playoffs. They're not even going to the playoffs. Big O, you and Sean plan on doing anything new or different for the upcoming Dolphin season? I don't know what new or different. We'll be covering training camp. We'll be covering Zach Thomas's induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We will go out to Dolphins camp. We'll cover. We will do our pre and post game show. I don't know what more you want from us. I don't know what more there is to do. What's newer and different? You got any ideas? Send them in. Send them in at Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com if you got ideas. Let's see. Big O, do you think Miami grabbed Jay Ramsey to move on from X after the No, they grabbed him because they needed two corners, and it's a coverage type of defense where they force you to be perfect downfield all the time. They were going to let go of X anyways next year. It's up to X. X could hang around for another year after this one coming up if he balls out. And then they decide, well, okay, we can pay him. Because remember, the problem will be once you have to re-sign Tua Jalen Phillips, and Jalen Waddle. Once you have to give that class all their contracts, then it becomes a problem. You know what I'm saying? So that's why this situation is completely, different than others. So it's not a thing that they grabbed one corner to let go of the other. They grabbed this corner because of the defense that they're running. So once they let go of X, they're going to need to get another really good corner opposite of Jalen. If they do that, we'll see what happens this year. X is going to come in super motivated. He knows. He has to know. Steven says, lost my dad last year, but lost my mom 9 years ago. That one hurts. She was only 54. Yeah, it's tough. Not a day that passes, I don't think of her. Yeah, of course. Of course. That's how it's going to be for the rest of your life, Steven. Travis AM in the house. King Short says, too many people die young. My dad was 57. Yeah. Big O, if you were a wrestler, what would your name be? Wow. I don't know. I don't know what kind of wrestler I am or what kind of character or something to go with the name. You would need an identity first. My radio identity doesn't really go with wrestling. So, Big O, would you rather rather have re-sign Sherfield or Craycraft? Well, no, Magnus. I think you're misunderstanding what's going on. You're probably paying what's it called? Sherfield more money than Craycraft. Sherfield is the better receiver than Craycraft. So you would give him a bigger role. I think what's going on is that the Ezukama role needs to grow. And so they're opening up a spot for the young man. So now he will get an opportunity to shine. So you can't keep too many guys because someone's not going to play. And you can't keep Sherfield around. Craycraft, I'm not even sure yet he'll make the team, actually. Okay? So they have young guys in the mix now. So Ezukama might be a guy that ends up getting elevated this year. And Craycraft is still going to be, if he makes the team, he's still going to be the bottom end of the, he'll be slightly ahead of Berrios is what he's going to be. I think it's more about elevating your draft pick than it was about Craycraft or Sherfield. Craycraft probably came in cheaper, so it was less on the cap, and it's depth at this point, where Sherfield is a guy that you are going to make your number 3 or number 4 guy. He's really not a 5. He's better than that. So that's why I think it's a different plan in place. It has nothing to do with a choice of why one is better than the other. Big O, I know this is a little outside the box, but what do you think about moving Trill to safety? He's got a great skill set, athletic, big press corner that played safety at the Q, big time playmaker. I don't know. We'll see. It's up to them. I don't know what they think of him. But he's been playing corner the entire time. And they did sign another safety. So I don't think that would be the case, but again, I don't know. The name would be Big O. Okay. Orlando Mysterio. The Cuban Crisis. Big O, the Cuban Crisis. Well, somebody used to call me the Crazy Cuban sometimes on the air, so maybe they can call me the Crazy Cuban. There you go. Big O Bruiser wrestling name. Oh, that was baseball at its best. A generational hitter, Trout, versus a generational pitching, hitting phenom in Ohtani in the 9th for a strikeout. Yeah. Yeah, it was perfect drama, Dougie Fresh. Perfect drama. Don't forget Holland. He's part of that class. It will be 3 big contracts. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Holland has to get his next year. Because next year will be his 4th year, right? This is his 3rd. So next year will be his 4th. Time and space are just suggestions for River Craycraft. He is the key to everything. Yes, he is. He opens it all. Orlando the Barbarian would be a cool wrestling name. Right tackle, tight end, everything else is fine. Throw in a middle linebacker if you want. The Cuban Missile, says Steve Chapman. Crazy Cuban, not politically correct. I don't really give a shit about that. I don't worry about other people's feelings. Big O, Kenneth in Cleveland is live from the Boom Boom Room. Your wrestling name is the Cuban Assassin. Okay. Let's see. Stinkface would be his finishing move.
You can't do Cuban Assassin. There's already one. It'd be gimmick infringement.
Oh, okay. Is there a crazy Cuban?
No, not that I'm aware of.
There you go. The Cuban Missile Crisis?
No.
Can we go with that?
It should just be Big O, and you get a mask, and you put the O around it. Like there was a wrestler in the NWA called Question Mark, and he passed away, R.I.P. And everybody's like, he had question marks on his mask. You just have the big O, the red O on the front of the face mask, and go to town, man. You ain't got to do all these damn WWE 80s, Doink the Clown, the Gator, your Skinner. You had the Goon, who was a hockey player, Dr. Isaac Yankem, who was a dentist. All that stuff's gone. Be the Big O. Own it. Live it. Be it.
Okay. I like it. I like it. That's it. He's the wrestler. He knows. The Crypto Cuban. There you go. A Bitcoin headlock. An Ethereum full Nelson. I like it. I like it. John says Vegas in August to place bets, random bets, just gambling money on the NFL. Have to play to win. I'll drop 100 on Dolphins to win the Super Bowl. Have your intro song. This is the Big O Show. Yep, we could do that. We can definitely do that. Big O, what team do you think D. Hopkins lands with? Falcons, Patriots, or Bears? Your guess is as good as mine, my brother. But if you want me to take a guess, I'm going to go Falcons. If you get me out of those 3. The Patriots, they would have to give up a pick or 2 and money. That's not really normal for them. But then again, Belichick is desperate now. He's seeing that he's falling behind in that division. So he might try anything. Big O might have a really great day. Bitcoin will go up and Orange Man might be arrested. Well, Orange Man will be arrested anyways for all the other things, for the election fraud, for the what you call it, for January 6th and all of that. I mean, he's guilty of so many other things that are way bigger than paying off a porn star. I mean, that's nothing. So, well, it'll be fun watching him go down in flames with all the other crap that's going to happen to him. It'll be fun. Definitely. I will definitely be rooting on the demise, every bit of it for Trump. That will be absolutely that just get your popcorn ready and just enjoy. And way to go, DeSantis. Way to go, buddy. Yeah. I hope you guys know what's going on up there. They're about to pass that tort bill. Hopefully the Senate shuts it down, but, all the lackeys up there are with DeSantis. But did you know that he's going to eliminate lawyers and sues? So if somebody crashes into you or somebody damages your property or whatever, lawyers can't ask for any fees anymore. So how are they going to defend you? They're not going to take your cases anymore. So insurance companies and their adjusters will pay you whatever the hell they want now. How do you like that? So the governor is empowering the insurance companies and taking all the power away from you because you won't be able to hire somebody to defend yourself because lawyers aren't going to do it for free. So it's a really stupid bill, and it's all to eliminate frivolous lawsuits, which I have no problem with frivolous lawsuits. But the way you eliminate frivolous lawsuits is if somebody files a frivolous lawsuit, the person that filed a frivolous lawsuit will now pay all of the lawyer's fees for the opposing counsel and all the court fees. And that's it. That way you wasted everybody's time in a frivolous lawsuit. Now you're going to carry the entire burden. And that would be the way that you would stop frivolous lawsuits. But to do it the way they're doing it, the way DeSantis has set it up, a way to screw us. It's like, whew. Anyway, so you can look it up. It's a really bad bill. Really bad bill. Finishing move is the blockchain, and you take your opponent's money after the pin. There you go. I like it. NorCal says Dolphins made a slight change to the logo in 18, so can't change it until 2024 season opens. Garfinkel can't help you guys till then, but bet he will change it in March of 2024. He will change it. I mean, in an interview with us, he was like, that was done before me. So he knows. He knows. They'll change it. I don't know when, but they're going to change it. So, and by the way, NorCal, what was the slight change they made in 2018? I don't even remember what the slight change. What, they make the whale do something else or something? I mean, it was still a terrible logo one way or the other. Big O, a.k.a. the Crypto Cuban, what will your wrestling intro song be? Oh, there's only one, bro. We've got the intro song. So we've got actually two of them. I think I might be better off with the rock one. Right? That's probably the one I'm probably better off with. Because you guys hear the rap one all the time. The special one from Steven Carter, that's the one we need. Okay. And I'm hoping to get an updated version of it. But, what are you going to do? Let me see if we got let me see. No, not that one.
Yeah. Big O, we told you we ain't playing no games, man. It's just surely probably Pablo. Culture. Lord Productions.
Good morning, South Florida.
This is the Big O Show.
You're tuned into the Big O Show. I'm 560.
This is the Big O
Sports
Show.
Radio WQAM.
This is the Big O Show.
Lord Productions did this.
This
really good.
Is the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio show with Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O 560.
Now,
QAM,
that was the original.
Baby, so you know that they cannot stop. So pick up the phone so you can express how you feel. I'm done with Big O, because you know.
Let me see. And then this might be my wrestling one. There you go. That was the original one from back in the day. How do you like that? All right. So everybody likes that one. They love the rock one. So I'm trying to get Steven to make me a new one, and hopefully we will get that done one day and get an updated version of it. Oh lordy, lordy. Right, Lorraine?
Hello, Big O!
You got it. There you go. Little Lorraine Bracco for you. Robert Zendejas. Ah, Mr. Orlando. Roberto Zendejas. This gentleman lives. Can I say it? Robert, Roberto, can I say the story? You got to say yes on it. Thank you for the love in the super chat, Roberto. But you got to say yes before I tell the story. Because I don't like, you guys use our sponsors, but I don't like saying it on a, okay, I can. Roberto lives in Orlando, and he came down to South Florida to go see Welton Rayom. He hired Welton Rayom. So, our law offices, who are just absolutely fantastic. And I'm glad you hired him now, because our governor isn't really looking out for us. That's for sure. So, yes. Roberto, thank you. Thank you for hiring Welton Rayom, and for being a loyal listener. Thank you very much, my man. Appreciate you immensely. Very nice of you, Roberto. Lenny says, Big O, you also used that rock intro when you were at 640. Yes. I think Big O should come out to the Gangsta's old ECW theme music, Natural Born Killers. Big O, Coco ripping a shirt. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Big O, my pork neck is jumping for you. By the way, let me see. I gotta adjust this a little bit. I think that's better. Let's see. There, that's better. Much better. Okay, there we go. I knew the camera was a little too high at that point. What else do we have? In 2008, I started listening. I'm going to ask Tom Garfinkel to change your theme song back to the rockin' version. Yeah, the rock. I'm trying to get my man Steven Carter to redo the Open, but I'm, not having as much luck. So I'm hoping we can get Steven to re-record it, because that Open is just absolutely amazing. What was Sean Stanley's intro music? What was your intro music, Sean? Do you remember at all?
At the end, it was Rage Against the Machine. I can't remember the exact song. It was from the Matrix. It was from the Matrix soundtrack.
Okay.
It almost sounded a little bit like Degeneration X. It had a build up, and then, it used to be the song that was actually on the intro to Squared Circle Digest before we started getting banged for it. But then also, when I was a tag team, when we first started, we were called Suicidal Tendencies. So we had came out with that. We actually got a cease and desist order from the group. And then we had communicated with them, and they okayed it and actually sent us merch to wear for them. And they did us a little bit of a loop song that we could come out to. So that was cool.
That's freaking cool.
Yep.
That is cool. Well, there you go. Big O, would you dive on folding tables and chairs? No, I would not. What do you think I am, a Bills fan? You'll be like Hulk Hogan ripping an art t-shirt and flexing those muscles. Yeah, all I need now is muscles. Maybe Jericho can get the band together and remake your intro. Oh, now see, that would be pretty cool if I could get Jericho to do it. That would be nice. That would be absolutely exceptional for something like that. By the way, Cutter's Edge Pro. We love talking about Cutter's Edge Pro, Will and Mike. Man, let me tell you something. At the top of the hour, can we show it to him, Sean? At the top of the hour, is that a possibility, my man? That's good. So at the top of the hour, we'll show you.
You're gonna have to give me a minute though. It will not allow me. It's too large of a file to bring in, so I have to actually share it. But yes, we can play it at the beginning.
Okay, so you'll get to see another piece that we did with the flags and everything on the golf course there in the backyard. So check it out. I'm telling you, man, it is so awesome to have a backyard that you want to hang out in, because I never wanted to hang out in my backyard. I just let the dogs go take a dump and then come back in, and that's it. And now with the artificial turf, which is so easy to manage, and all the landscaping and the beautiful Sylvester palm tree, all of that, man, it's just absolutely awesome. And then we've got the putting green on the left side of the house where the wife and I and the daughter and all that, we get to play and have some fun. Let me tell you something. And not only that, when you add landscaping to your business, to your condominium complex, HOA, whatever, your home, the value also goes up too. That's the other thing. You're taking your home to another level. And then like for us, we've been in the backyard in the last couple of months more than we have in the last 17 years that we've lived in this home. That's how crazy it is. Why? Because now there's all kinds of shade back there, because we've got all kinds of trees. The artificial turf allows the dogs to run around. They're not bringing any dirt into the house. We're not bringing any dirt into the house. That's the beauty, man. They run around and all that stuff, and then they go right back in, and there are no paw prints all over the house or anything like that. That's the amazing thing. And when it rains, it drains so quickly. It's easy to maintain and manage. You don't have to water it all the time, practically every day. You don't have to cut the grass every 10 days, every 14 days here in South Florida. I'm telling you, man, call Cutter's Edge Pro. Ask for William or Mike. Great people. They will take care of you. 954-472-0622. Go to their Instagram page at Cutter's Edge Pro. You can see a lot of their work all throughout South Florida. The one house that you see the putting green on the side, that's probably my house there. If you see also a Sylvester palm tree in the front, that's it right there, because we got two beautiful Sylvester palm trees, one in the front and one in the back. I'm telling you, and we are the toast of the cul-de-sac, because we're the first home to go into the cul-de-sac. And so all of our neighbors in the cul-de-sac have pretty much stopped by to compliment us on the job that Cutter's Edge Pro did for us, okay? And they can do it for you also. They can take your home to the next level. 954-472-0622, anywhere in South Florida, 954-472-0622, cuttersedgepro.com. Let's see. If only Cutter's Edge Pro could provide you the beautiful waitress bringing you the drinks with the umbrella in it while you're on a hammock. Well, maybe they could. It might just be an extra charge. That's all. You never know. William's pretty resourceful. He might be able to set it up for you. You never know. Oh, when the dogs go outside to use the restroom, is it easy to keep up the turf? Yes, dude. Yes. Super easy. Okay? I'm telling you, man. And when they pee, it drains easily. Every couple of months, you can treat the grass. So, you spray it with the water and this little container that you put on with a like a little gun, and you spray it every couple of months. Not a big deal, dude. I'm telling you. It really is. Compared to real grass is a pain in the ass. It's hard to maintain. Then the dogs are bringing crap in constantly, and so are you. So you and the dogs, you go outside and you come back and you bring nothing inside. You will never hear from your wife again. Okay? Especially when she just cleaned the floors, and then the dogs go outside and then they come back and they dirty the place up and your wife freaking loses it, that will never happen again with artificial turf. That alone is worth it. Okay. It's awesome. The only wrestling Big O wants to do is when he wrestles his pooches on the turf. Yes, you are correct. The Algorand arm lock. I like it, Kyle. I like it. We're getting closer to hearing Powell talk, which will be at 1 o'clock. And Bitcoin is getting close to 29,000. This is an all-time high. Well, not an all-time high. This is a high for well over a year now. It's at 28,775. So it is approaching 29,000 right now. It is starting to go a little parabolic, which is beautiful. And Cardano is continuing where it left off yesterday when it was up 10 or 11%. It's up almost 8% right now as it is. So it's making a little bump. My buddy who's a huge Cardano guy, I mean huge. I go to, hey man, there's a little pump there going on for Cardano. He's like, you call that a pump? Because it's only gone up a couple of pennies, not a big deal. Because considering where it was at and all that, he's been at it for a while, like I have. But it's nice to see it starting to bounce back, and needs to. It will. Cardano's one of those weird ones that it's going to go parabolic before you know it, and you just won't know when. But the DeFi money is growing on it. The ecosystem is growing. They're building on the blockchain now. So Cardano now, they didn't have all of this in place in the last bull run, and they made it to almost $3, like 270 something, I think. This time around, where they have everything, Cardano's going to make a hell of a run. There's no doubt in my mind. I'm looking to take some profits, I think. Well, you will be doing some. Jasmine is there. It's not moving much. It's pretty stiff right now. It's at 49. It's in a buying zone is the way I look at it. There's a bunch of things that are still in buying zones if you're new to crypto. They're still really low. You know what I mean? For some of us, like myself, we're already in the green because we bought way lower in October, November, and December when they were at their lowest that they've ever been. And so that's where it kind of changes a little bit. But Jasmine is one of my risky long-term plays. And and so is Star Atlas. Those are two of them. And by the way, on Exodus, you can get Solana and trade it for Star Atlas. So if you buy Solana or you move Solana into your Exodus account, you can swap it for Star Atlas. And I've been able to do that in the last week or two here, adding more Star Atlas to my bag, because Star Atlas right now is at 1/3 of a penny. And when that thing explodes, you're going to be 3-timing your money every time it goes up 1 penny. And I think its all-time high was like 24 cents. Star Atlas, if I remember correctly. So think about it. It's at 1/3 of a penny. It's going to pass its all-time high. It's going to smoke its all-time high. I think it'll go past $1. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, but I'm just saying, you get your investment in now and it's 1/3 of a penny. Every penny it goes up, you're tripling your money. Every penny that Jasmine goes up, you'll be doubling your money. It's like that's where I hit with our Alethea Artificial. It was at 1/8 of a penny. And so every penny it went up, when it went to 9 pennies, I'm more than 9-timing my money, bro. Can't beat that shit. So it's just patience. You got to have patience. You got to give it time. That's why I always tell you, do your homework and use your discretionary income. Never use the money that you actually need to live and survive and pay for your family and those kind of things. That's not the money you ever use. You use the kind of money that you were going to use for the movies or to buy an extra pair of shoes or a shirt or you wanted to treat yourself to an extra dinner at night, going out to a restaurant, and you say, nah, you know what? Instead of spending that $50-$60 in that restaurant, I'm going to buy $40 of this coin or that coin or whatever and invest. That's what I'm talking about. Use your discretionary income. Never, ever use the income that you need in order to survive. That is not smart. King Short says, not a guy that likes crypto, just a financial advisor. Oh, man. All right. What else do we have? By the way, Bobby McCain signs a contract with the Giants. Could be replacing Julian Love. And last 2 years he was with Washington. Nice to see Bobby bounce back and go to the Giants. He's a good dude, man. He was a really good soldier here and moved over to safety when he didn't really have to, and that's not really what he was. Ended up injured with that shoulder by the end of the year. Messi may be coming to Miami. Okay? I think he's coming for sure. Again, not a financial advisor. Okay? Just a soccer fan. Just a big-time local soccer fan. All right? And I really think that he's coming. I really do. He doesn't have a contract anywhere. He's been offered all kinds of stuff. Nothing's going on. I just get the feeling that he's coming here to the United States to play. And I think it was yesterday, the day before, he was out in Argentina for a dinner. Okay? This is dinner with Lionel Messi in Argentina. Okay? I'm going to enlarge this. If you can, Sean, take down the cutter's edge thing there so they can see it. This is Messi. Okay? Watch it. Going to dinner. He's leaving.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
That is some crazy shit, dude. That's some crazy shit. That's why you got to come to South Florida. There'll be like 5 people say, hey, hi, Messi, how you doing? Whatever. Maybe one kid will walk up to you, take a picture, and that's it. There's a part of me that says that's got to be dangerous to a certain extent, right? Because one of those people is going to be, a couple sandwiches short of a picnic. Both oars don't touch the water. The elevator doesn't go to the top floor. You know what I'm saying? And, we saw Martina Hingis. Those of you that are too young, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But a tennis player got stabbed on the court from a fan. Stabbed, I think, like right in the back of the neck or some shit like that, right? And you look at those maniacs. God bless them. They love them. They support the crap out of them. But this is why he and his wife can live in South Florida and not have to deal with that kind of craziness. Because we don't really mob people that way. You know, it's not, we don't really treat them like rock stars do. Rock stars get that kind of treatment, but athletes don't normally get that kind of treatment. But it wherever he goes, it's going to turn any town upside down. Even ours, it'll be crazy. But that is, brother, that's some crazy stuff. Mike No Go Zones, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. He says, good morning, Big O. As a St. John's alum, I'm ecstatic over Rick Pitino hire. Just win, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Question is, are they building a brothel right next to the university? I'm just asking for a friend. Just saying. You know? Ricky Boy likes to make sure his players have all the amenities. All right, let's get ready for hour number 2. Matt Verderam. Matt will answer the question. Are they building a brothel next to the St. John's University? Okay, now that Rick Pitino's in town. It's only proper. Hour number 2 is next.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's huddle up with Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
Yes, sir. The burning question of the hour: is a brothel coming to the St. John's University, Matt? Good morning.
Let me start by saying I don't know. I am a St. John's basketball fan, so I'm conflicted on this hire, to be perfectly honest. I mean, they've sucked for 25 years. So on one hand, it's like, look, I know they're going to be good. I know they're going to
coach. You can coach, bro.
I mean, within 2 years, that team will probably be in the Sweet 16. Like, they will win games. On the other hand, you're really selling your soul to win a couple of games before he goes to some bigger job. So, I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know, man. I'm conflicted, but would I be surprised if in 2 years they're under investigation by the NCAA? No, not really.
He's like 80. I got to figure, dude, he's going to slow down now. I got to figure he's not doing all the crazy shit. He's had to earn his way back into this spotlight. You know what I'm saying? I kind of figure that at this point already, he's done all the crazy shit. He's gotten the full service in a restaurant under the table. I mean, he's had a brothel ready for his players. He's done all the crazy shit, and he couldn't do it at Iona. He wasn't doing any of that. He wasn't going to get away with that there, and yet he has won because he can coach his ass off. Because we saw him when he was a nobody at Providence, right? Providence, right? When he came up, right?
Providence. Yep.
So I remember when he was a young pup coming up in Providence, and you're not in Providence. It's not like you're paying players and doing all kind of.
No.
You got to really coach your ass off in Providence if you're going to win.
I will say this again.
Coach.
I mean, I'm from New York. I am a St. John's basketball fan. If you're a New Yorker, there's probably two things that are true about collegiate sports for you. You don't give a damn about any team in college football unless it's Notre Dame because you happen to be Irish. Because I don't know anybody that I grew up with who was like, a huge fan of Syracuse football. It doesn't exist unless you live in Syracuse. But you're probably a Big East fan in some way, shape, or form. You probably either like St. John's or Syracuse in that regard. Of course, now in the ACC, but when I was growing up, they were in the Big East. And it drives me nuts and has driven me nuts that St. John's cannot figure out a way to get kids from New York City to stay in New York City. That is one of the greatest failures in collegiate sports. It's like how Rutgers doesn't have a good football team. You have so many prep schools in Jersey that churn out these kids left and right. Like, you can't keep any of them. You can't do anything.
Once you lose the coaches, once you lost Carnesecca, right? Was the guy that was at St. John's, right?
Mid-90s, yeah. Since then, it's been up.
Once you lost Carnesecca, you didn't really replace him with, it's like the same thing with John Thompson. Right. Georgetown was never the same without Big John. You can bring his son, you can bring Patrick Ewing, you can bring whoever the hell you want, bro, but he ain't John Thompson.
No.
And it's just, it's just one of those things. Villanova kind of lost its way until they got this guy that just is retiring now. What's his name?
From what school?
Villanova.
Oh, Jay Wright.
Jay Wright.
Yeah.
They were kind of in a funk between Mastamino and Jay Wright. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And really, it's you got to get the straw that stirs the drink. I mean, look at dude. Yeah. Larinaga just a freaking badass. He's just a great coach. He took George Mason to the Final Four.
Yep.
So that tells you everything you need to know about the guy. And look, now it's 2 straight years of Sweet 16s, for him. And he went to a Sweet 16 with another team, years ago too. So it's not like this is you got to have the right guy. You know what I mean? Georgia Tech has never been the same since Bobby Cremins.
Listen, I know as a St. John's fan, I understand the reality that I am probably going to need to take a shower after every game that I watch. That being said, they will probably win 25 games like 2 years from now and be like a 4th seed in the tournament. And you know what? Honestly, I'm to the point, like, it would be nice to see them win some games. I mean, I can't tell you how depressing it is to watch them lose to Creighton and just sit there being, this is ridiculous. How are they losing to a team in Nebraska that somehow has more kids from New York City on it than St. John's does? I mean, if St. John's did nothing but recruited the tri-state area, it would never lose. But it can't be bothered. And then they usually, they for years played this like home and home series with Duke every year. Duke, obviously a machine, but Duke would trot out half these kids that like St. John's should have recruited.
Right.
They couldn't do it. They will do it with Pitino, which will make for.
And I don't think Pitino's going to do the dirty shit he did in the past, dude.
I hope not.
I
really hope not.
I think at this age, he's kind of, he's probably slowed down. He's kind of learned his lesson, and and just get back to being who you are. You're a great coach, dude. You don't need all the other stuff. And plus, now, St. John's, I'm sure, will have some NIL help because it's a big enough school. It's got enough alumni. So I'm sure he'll get that legal. Now you can legally do these kind of things that you used to have to do illegally now. So that, it's kind of like things are a little bit more open in college sports that you can do those kind of things. So it should help them. I think it's a positive.
Sign some kids to NIL deals and walk them into Madison Square Garden and say, look, this is where you're going to play. You're going to play for Rick Pitino at Madison Square Garden in the Big East, which, look, the Big East isn't what you grew up with. It certainly is not what I grew up with, but it's still a major conference. It is a power conference. It's not one of these conferences you're like, oh, yeah. I mean, it is still Big East basketball.
In basketball.
That still matters. That still is a big name. So to me, look, Pitino, he's 70 years old. How long is he going to coach? Got a 6-year deal. I don't know. But I would hope that he brings them back to the relevance I think he will bring them to.
Oh, he will. There's no doubt he will. Guaranteed. All right, dude. So we're a little over a week in with the free agency. What's your thoughts on the Dolphins and their moves?
I think the Dolphins have had one of the better off seasons. We talked about it last show, but you get Ramsey. I know he wasn't a free agent, but you get Ramsey for a third-round pick, which, listen, even if Ramsey is what he was a year ago, which is a guy who wasn't an all-pro but is a Pro Bowler for a third-round pick, fine. And if he bounces back and he's back to being a first-team all-pro, amazing. And look, I think it's also nice for a Dolphins fan. That's where you want to go. That's where you want to be. So that's great for obviously a kid who played college ball in Florida, played in Jacksonville, so now he's back in Florida again. And then I really like the signing of Long at linebacker. I think he's a good player. He is a guy, like he's the kind of guy, I don't know if he ever goes to the Pro Bowl. He's a good football player. He's just a good, solid, second-level guy who gives you some thump, who can play with some versatility in his game. Coming out of that Tennessee defense. One thing about that Tennessee defense, they hit. So he gives you some of that behind what I think is a pretty good front four. I like the Malik Reed signing. He's a guy last year who only had a sack, but before that was pretty productive as a second or third rusher. So I think Miami, with all those additions on defense, plus Fangio, that defense should be pretty good. That defense should actually be very good. And if it's very good, look, the big question to me, man, is what everybody in Miami, I'm sure, is talking about. If Tua stays healthy, they're really good. Yeah. That's the question. That is the question. But I don't have that many questions about them defensively anymore like I did a year ago.
Yeah, no, especially with Fangio here, that's his track record. You should be a very good defense, and they're clearly getting all the pieces that he wants to kind of round out that defense. And to have Ramsey and X, and I think X knows he'll get cut next year, so he's going to be motivated to have a great season, to either stay in Miami or be attractive to somebody else in 2024. So X will have his own personal motivations in order to come back and play really well. And then Javon Holland, I just think that secondary is built to have a lot of success in this scheme overall. So I'm with you. I like what they're doing. I think our concern right now in the Dolphin Nation is on the offensive line, because the general Dolphin fan isn't convinced with Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson. The problem is last year, those guys were injury riddled, and the new coaches, they like those guys, but the way they look at it is, we've only seen 1 year injury riddled. We like them. We think there's more there. Everybody else saw them the 2 years before that with the other offensive line coaches that weren't good. And so it's kind of one of those things that people are wondering, have they solved the left guard and right tackle issue? Or is it already resolved because the people from within think they have the guys? They just need some luck to stay healthy this year, because both guys happen to suffer injuries last year.
I don't know that it's resolved, but here's what I would say with this. I talked to one scout down in Indianapolis and asked him point blank while we were out one night, best position group in this draft. Who do you got? And he said the offensive line. So he thought it was a really, really deep class. Now, I understand Miami doesn't have a first-round pick, but you can get starting guards day 2, day 3. That happens all the time.
Oh, and right tackles.
Right. And I was just going to say, if I'm the Dolphins, my second-round pick, unless the board is just really unfavorable, is a right tackle. Like, that's the route I'm going from Miami. And so to me, I think sometimes there's a tendency, not only from fans, but also from media, like when free agency is done, people go, oh, God, we have these 3 holes. Like, what's going to happen? So, well, that's why a draft exists, right? I mean, you're going to now the key to that is you've got to hit on them. And I know it sounds obvious, but like, teams, I always laugh when you watch the draft and some guy gets picked like 20th overall and whatever channel you're watching, some analyst is like, they've fixed that need for the next 10 years. It's like, there's about a 50-50 shot that they really fixed that need. We're going to find out. But if you're a good team and you draft well, and the Dolphins have drafted well in recent years, if you find, like if you're the Dolphins at this point, you need a piece or 2. You don't need to hit on 6 picks. That would be amazing. That would be awesome. But if you hit on a couple guys, and then maybe a third guy you hit on is like a core special teams player, and another guy is like a rotational piece, that's a good draft. I think sometimes there's this expectation, if you have the typical, let's say, have 7, 8 draft picks, the expectation sometimes from fans is like, well, it's not a good draft unless they hit on like 5, 6 of these guys. That's not reality. NFL people tell you, look, if you hit on 3 of them, that's a good draft. Like, that's a good, solid draft. And if you get a 4th guy who's a special teams player, great. So I think Miami's in a pretty good spot going into the draft, better than most.
I'm with you, and I think that 2nd and 3rd round pick, it's either a tight end, an offensive lineman, a cornerback might be something that they might be planning for ahead of time.
Yep.
They could go many ways. Hell, I doubt they'll go running back, but they could go running back too in that 2nd, 3rd round. They brought all their guys back, so I think they're gonna. And Greer doesn't have a tendency of spending higher picks on running backs, but I would think that the other positions that I talked about are going to be definitely ones that they looked at. Lamar Jackson says he is ready to move on from the Ravens. I find that interesting. And then, the reports say that he's not really looking for a fully guaranteed deal, but he wants $200 million at least, guaranteed. I don't know if I hate to make it sound this way, dude, but there's like this level of naivete that comes out of Lamar Jackson with all this stuff. He's laughing at people because he thinks he really needs an agent. He doesn't need an agent when he really does. That's why he's in this silly ass mess in the first place. And, we're looking at all these mixed messages coming out of all of this. And if he thinks that he could just walk away from Baltimore, I don't think he understands that they can actually match anything that he's offered. And then what's he going to do? Sit out and then not make any money? It's so poorly planned. It's embarrassing, to be quite honest, the amount of ignorance that young man has shown and how much he's actually hurt himself in this whole process, because no running quarterback should have ever bet on themselves going into this past season. That's ridiculous.
He's to a point where he has lost, in my opinion, the leverage in this whole negotiation, because he can sit there all day long and say, I want X, Y, and Z. And the Ravens can go, that's great. You're franchise tag. That's nice. Right. And if you're Baltimore, look, actions speak louder than words in life, and they certainly do in the NFL. Do you think Joe Burrow is going to go without a contract to the point where he goes to the franchise tag? No, of course not. Is Trevor Lawrence
allow that?
I mean, right. Is Trevor Lawrence or Jalen Hurts? Nope. Did Mahomes? Nope. Allen? No. If the Ravens really, truly believed he was the end-all, be-all for their franchise, he would be signed already. But he's not. Now, part of that is because, to our understanding, Lamar wants to be given a contract that is probably richer than he should expect to get just based off of NFL history and its contracts outside of one ridiculous outlier in Cleveland. Okay. The other part of this is Baltimore has negotiated with him. They have offered significant contracts. But if they thought, and this is, of course, my opinion, but if they thought he was a top 3, top 5, can't live without him type quarterback, they probably would have given in to at least most of his demands. Okay. If Joe Burrow goes to the Bengals and says, guess what, guys? I want 5 years at $275, which is $55 a year, and I want $234 million of it guaranteed. They're doing it. Like, they may not like it. They're doing it. It's happening.
They'll cut corners in everywhere else, but they'll do it.
He may be throwing to you, me, and 3 guys in the comments, but they're giving him that money, okay?
Right.
Because he's Joe Burrow.
Right.
And the same is true with Mahomes and Hurts and all these other guys.
And they did it with Carson Palmer, by the way. They gave him his money.
You're going, if you are all in on your quarterback, you're doing it, period. Rodgers in his heyday, Manning, and all these guys. The Ravens are willing to go to a point with Lamar because they really like him, but they're not willing to go all the way. And by the way, to this juncture, and things can change, nobody else has offered Lamar this contract he wants. Now, maybe after the draft, if things shake a certain way, some team says, you know what, we'll do it. We'll offer you that deal. But until that happens, the Ravens can kind of take the high ground here and say, no one is giving you this contract. And unless that happens, we have no reason to. Now, if it happens, let's say we get through the draft. Let's just say, for an example, the Colts, for whatever reason, don't get their guy. They don't get a quarterback. And after the draft, Jim Irsay tells Chris Ballard, you go and get Lamar. I don't care what it takes. Full boat, offer him $5 and $250 and guarantee the whole thing. Then we find out how much the Ravens really love Lamar. Do they guarantee it? Do they match it? Or do they let him walk? And, but until that day comes, if it ever comes, if you're the Ravens, there is no reason to offer that contract because now they can literally say to him, no one will give you this contract. Go ask. And this is where your point comes in, not to be long-winded. He does not have an agent. So is Lamar Jackson personally calling up these general managers around the league? No, he's not. Now, the NFLPA can help him with that. They can give him some counsel. I get it. But that's a hell of a lot different than having an agent who is motivated by getting 3% of $250 million, calling up every owner and every GM and every personnel director in the league and saying, what will you give for my guy? Here's why you should sign him. Here's why you should talk to him. Let's set up a meeting. He doesn't have that. And it's a major, major problem for him in potential negotiations.
No, and listen, he doesn't get it how the agent can play one team against another. The agent will fill you in on the history of contracts. Like let's say, example, he says, well, I'm not going back to the Ravens anymore. I don't care if they match the deal. I'm not going back. And then the agent will sit down and say, Lamar, I get it. You're emotional right now. I understand. But we don't win by just holding out because you're not making any money.
Right.
They have they own all the cards. Let me give you the example of Le'Veon Bell. Let me tell you about this guy. Let me tell you about that guy. What happened to people that held out and did not make any money? They didn't make that money back. He doesn't have that sounding board to explain to him the business side of it, the historical side of it, what teams are thinking, what teams are offering, what's the realistic deals out there. He just doesn't have that. He doesn't get the advantage of having that person there too. I know an agent who last year got a player an opportunity to play a game, to play in on a team. I'm not going to say the player or the team or the position, but the guy was out of football. And if it wasn't for the agent having a specific relationship with this general manager, and he said, dude, do me a favor, bring my guy in, let him get in shape, let him prove to you. And because of their relationship is the only reason they signed the guy. And so the guy went in, got in shape, and ended up becoming a starter for them. Okay. So now, but that's the agent having a personal relationship with a general manager, and a general manager doing him a favor on a guy that's almost out of the league. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's the power that some of these agents and the influence that some of these agents have, because they've done favors for some people in the NFL. So they owe them favors. And you just never know if you're part of that payback that's coming to you. That's why they hire the Lee Steinbergs and the Tom Condons and all these kind of guys that have been around for freaking ever and know the ins and outs of the league. It's just a lack of education, unfortunately.
What people don't realize, I think sometimes even some players don't realize, is all these events. I mean, we were talking about Indianapolis earlier. We were both there. Look, the Senior Bowl, obviously we're also both there. I was there for the Super Bowl. These events, they are breeding grounds for conversations, and not just for people like you and I, but certainly for teams and agents, and not just the general manager and the agent, but also these guys who are second in command, third in command, who become general managers, who become, directors of pro personnel. And those guys are guys that now the agent, they've had a relationship for 8-10 years before they even become a GM. And now it's like, okay, hey, you know what? I remember this guy because we had conversations in Indianapolis. We had conversations in Mobile. We had conversations wherever you want to name it. Those things matter, just like any business. Think about yourself in any business you have, in any world that you work in. You have relationships with people, and you are far more likely to maybe give a helping hand to somebody who go, yeah, that guy's a good dude. I know that guy. We shared dinner a few times. You're going to help that guy or that girl, or more than you would somebody who you have no familiarity with. And in a case like this, and Eric DeCosta talked about this in front of all of us in Indianapolis. Look, it's hard to sit in a room and negotiate with a player, because you might say things to an agent that you would never say to the player. Not that you would be like derogatory, but you might be a little bit critical of certain things, or you might share concerns that you wouldn't share. Like if you're Eric DeCosta and you're talking to an agent, you might say to the agent in this case, look, we love Lamar, but we're a little worried about giving him a 6-year contract, because at that point he'll be 32 by the end of it, and his legs have had some issues the last couple of years with injuries. You might say it to an agent, and an agent's going to understand that. You might say it to Lamar, and he might go, hey, man, what gives? What the hell? Like, I'm out here risking life and limb, and you're criticizing me. It makes everything harder. Makes everything much harder. There is no way around that. That is reality.
Yeah. And that goes for our business and media.
Yeah.
That goes for actors and actresses. The agents have a role, dude. A very important role.
I have no problem saying I'm represented, and I will tell you right now, recently, like I switched jobs. I moved over to Sports Illustrated. My agent, Debbie Spander, shout out to Debbie. Like, she had a huge role in helping me get that job. I mean, she was able to help me to set up, interviews and whatnot. Like, that's why I pay Debbie. Like, that's the whole point.
And by the way, agents in our business take a much bigger chunk. Percentage than they do for NFL players.
We make a little bit less than NFL players.
We do. I know, but it's still that. I don't know, but people don't understand that. Like in our business, the average is 10%.
Yes, that's right.
It's the average in our business. Our agents take 10%. In the NFL, it's either 1, 2, or 3%.
Yes.
It fluctuates.
But
it's no more. It's no more than 3%. And a lot of agents undercut other agents. And they're taking 1 or 2 just to undercut an agent, actually.
You know how many agents would
whining? Lamar Jackson has a big enough name that if he could actually demand that they only take 1 or 2%, and somebody will take the job.
I bet you could get some agents who would take that for 0% just to rep him, so that they could get all the endorsement money that comes alongside that.
Okay.
Like,
that could be possible.
I mean, you probably wouldn't get the biggest agents at that point, but I bet you get some mid-tier agents, some up-and-coming agents who go, you know what? I can then say that I rep Lamar Jackson, and all these millions in endorsements that he's going to get, I'll take my 3% there,
Right.
and boom, it's worth my time. Now, do I think a Drew Rosenhaus would do that? No, I don't, because it's not worth it to him. But like to somebody who's a 32-year-old agent up and coming in the business, sure, you might get somebody who'd be willing to do that because it would be worth it for him.
Right. And to be whining about 1 or 2%, come on, dude. I mean,
it's nonsensical.
That's just being cheap and being ridiculously cheap, for that. All right, one more thing before I let you go. How long does the Aaron Rodgers thing last? Because to me, I think the Packers have a ton of leverage in all of this. I don't know. The Jets have put themselves in a corner where they need the guy. And so you're going to need him at one point to get into camp and to practice and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm just wondering, how long does this thing last? Because I can actually see this thing dragging on.
So this is fascinating, man, because I think both sides have a lot of leverage in this case. Like, the longer this goes, the more they think the Jets, in a weird way, have leverage, because the Packers are looking at that $58.3 million balloon payment that they got to give them before September, and they're going, yeah, we don't want to pay that. So, like,
no, but they're gonna want him before September because they got to get him in before training camp. They've got to get maybe they can let the mini camps go, which they really shouldn't because of timing purposes. It's a brand new team,
right?
Even though it's the same offense, because Nathaniel Hackett's offense, but you still got to get them by training camp.
Here's what I think. I think there's 2 deadlines with this. Draft is number 1. Training camp's number 2. The draft, because if you're the Packers, like, you'd probably like to get some capital now to help Jordan Love to start rebuilding this thing, right? That's number 1.
Get the 12th pick in the damn draft.
I'll tell you right now, I don't think they're getting a first-round pick. If they do, from everybody I've talked to in the league, and I've talked to many people on this, I think it would really be because the Jets just panic, which is totally possible. But that's why nobody thinks the Jets should give up the first-round pick. Nobody. Doesn't mean they won't do it. Maybe Woody Johnson comes on from down on high and just says, give him the 13th pick, whatever, fine. Nobody in the league I've spoken to thinks they should give that pick up. They think it should be like a day 2 pick and a conditional next year. That said, first deadline, I believe, is the draft, April 27th in Kansas City. The second one, if they get past the draft, is training camp. Now, one interesting note, a lot of people I've spoken to have said, look, if you're the Packers, you want 2024 draft capital more than anything, because if Love's not good, that is a great class of quarterbacks led by Drake May and Caleb Williams, and you want as much ammunition in that draft as possible. The question becomes, the closer you get to camp, then it becomes a staring contest. The Packers do not want to have to pay him almost $60 million in cash. And as you mentioned, the Jets want to get him in there because they need him to learn the system and throw at their young receivers and all the rest of it.
Right.
I believe this will be done before the draft. I think at some point here, might be right before it, I think at some point they will come to terms. If the Jets panic, could include the 13th overall pick. If they don't, then I think the reasonable solution is maybe the second round pick, and next year, like a conditional third that is conditional upon either how much the Packers pay out of that $58.3 million or how well the Jets do next season. One of these things where it escalates based on if they make the playoffs, it becomes a second. If they go to the AFC title game, it becomes a first, so on and so forth.
That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense, man. But I got to tell you, it's whew, man. This is one where I'm going to be interested to see who flinches first when it's all set. I think the Jets will, because the entire season is riding on it, and you can't, September 1st they owe him that bonus. You can't trade for him August 30th or the 28th and then say, okay, season's right around the corner, let's all get in a groove right away. That would ruin your season. Right. And so that's why I think that, and they're the only ones that really, and they have a good team, actually. Like with him, they definitely should be playoff contenders. But without him,
without him, they're just another thing.
You're wasting a year of Quinnen Williams and all the other players that you have on that team. Yeah, exactly. So that doesn't do it. That doesn't do you any good. So to me, and they're really the only team. That's the only player they can trade for. There is no other quarterback available.
No, he's it.
Right. Yeah.
That's what makes this great. He's the only guy for them. and the Packers, the only team they can trade Rodgers to essentially is the Jets. It's like it's like an old, if you're a kid, you had a staring contest. That's it. And it's just like, who's going to blink? That's what it
Right.
comes down
And
to.
you know what? The other problem behind these negotiations is they're probably saying, well, wait a minute, compensation is different if he only plays 1 year.
Right.
You know, that kind of stuff,
doubt.
because he may have a terrible experience in New York. Because I think it's gonna be a disaster with the media and all that. So I know he's gonna say something stupid, something out there, out in left field somewhere, and the New York media is gonna, oh man.
I mean, I mentioned this earlier, but I'm from there. Okay. I'm from that area of the country. And I know technically they play in Jersey. I have relatives who could probably throw a football and hit MetLife from where they live. I'll tell you right now, everybody's so focused on the media, and rightfully so. The fans, if they go out, if week 1 he goes out and throws 2 picks and they lose, they will boo him off the field. I promise you, they will boo him off the field like that. I think Philadelphia and
Aaron Judge, bro. They booed Aaron Judge.
I was at a Yankees game. I'm not a Yankees fan for the record. I was at a Yankees game when Jeter was in the midst of it was like the worst slump of his career. It went something like 0 for 30, 0 for 31. You can fact check me on that. It was the first inning of some meaningless game in the first half of the season. They booed him when he hit like a fly ball to center, and they unmercifully booed him off the field. Derek Jeter. And he had already won like 4 titles. Like this was like well into his career.
Right.
They don't. This is the one thing everybody needs to understand about New York. They don't care that Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers before New York. All that matters is what he does in New York. They don't care that you won 4 MVPs in a Super Bowl because you didn't win it for us. That's how they'll look at that. They will not care. None of that matters.
If they boo Aaron Judge.
They don't care. Right. And you know what? I guarantee you, Yankees fans will tell you, hey, we love Aaron Judge. Go win something. Like now you're paid go win. That in New York, I'll leave it at this. You're a hockey fan. Mark Messier won 1 million cups for the Edmonton Oilers in the 80s. An all-time great player. He is revered in New York because he brought the Rangers their first cup in 54 years. Not a soul in New York cares what he did in Edmonton. It matters that he won a cup as the captain in New York. No, if he didn't do that, nobody would ever talk about Mark Messier. He is a god in New York.
He also predicted it. He also predicted it and then won it. That's some badass
Wayne
shit.
Gretzky played for the Rangers. And I got to tell you, you walk around New York City before a Rangers game, not a whole lot of 99s, a whole lot of Messier jerseys. There's a reason.
Yeah. Yep. They have Messier, and soon Miami will have Messi.
That's
right.
There
you go.
That's right.
All right. That'll happen. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam. What you got going on Sports Illustrated, sir?
Well, we got a roundtable, free agency roundtable today coming out. Myself, Connor Orr, Albert Breer, Gilberto Manzano. We all broke down our reactions from free agency. I've got my favorite signings and my least favorite signings coming out Thursday and Friday. And then next week, Aaron Rodgers mentioned that he thinks he might be the best Packer of all time. Well, I wrote a very long, detailed list, speaking to multiple people with the Packers and formerly of the Packers. Is he the best of all time? I ranked him. I'll say this. He's in the top 3. You got to read it, see if he's number 1, 2, or 3.
Check it out. Follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam and catch his work there at Sports Illustrated. Matt, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you immensely.
Hey, thanks a lot. Take care, Big O.
Thank you, sir. There you go, Matt Verderam. And when it comes to Red Recover, I've been telling you about Red Recover now for nearly 2 years. I use the wraps all the time myself. I tell you, I've been growing my hair back, which is amazing. Go to redrecover.com. Use our code Big O. You will get 10% off. If you've got, your father, your mother, your uncle, your brother, your grandfather, your grandmother, somebody, and they're constantly living with some uncomfort, some pain, some discomfort, an old injury, an old surgery, and they're hurting, man. And this is a way they can help, whether it's the elbow, the back, the shoulders, the neck, the knees, the ankles, the hips. We've got wraps for you, man. And red light therapy is absolutely amazing. It's all natural. There are no side effects, so kids can use it, adults can use it, and we even have wraps for dogs because the dogs have issues with their hips. We've got the wraps for small dogs and for bigger dogs. you get 30% off the wraps for the dogs. For the humans, it's 10% off, folks. And let me tell you something, red light therapy is so amazing. Not only can it help you grow hair possibly, not only can it also help you ease the pain and discomfort from injuries and old surgeries. How about this? You're about to have a surgery, or you just had a surgery just like yesterday, the last week, and you got a scar. Well, guess what, folks? Red light therapy can help that scar disappear. It's pretty amazing. Red light therapy is just an absolutely great invention. I want you to go to redrecover.com, check out the video blogs. Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end, uses them. You can also use the red light therapy wraps just for optimizing your workouts. Use them before and after your workouts. So if you feel a little stiff, knees, elbows, shoulders, whatever, use the wraps before the workout and then after the workout, and you're just going to feel the difference as time goes on, folks. Go to redrecover.com. Stop living and dealing with the pain. I'm telling you, and use our code Big O to get 10% off the human wraps and 30% off the dog wraps. Use our code Big O at redrecover.com.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. Let's see what we got going on here. How's the market doing right now? How we doing? How you doing? 28,719 for Bitcoin. Yeah, baby. ADA up 8%. So it continues to go up today. Nice. I like it. How is the market doing right now? The market is down. The Dow Jones is down 48 points. S&P is up two points. And the Dow is barely up a tenth of a point. Not much. So I think they're all waiting for 1 o'clock when the Feds talk, and then we're going to see the movement. Although you can tell that on the at least on the crypto side, it's been a little bit more aggressive because Bitcoin's up 2%. It's approaching 29. I think it's going to hit 30,000 today. I do. I think once the Feds announce the 25, I think it blows, or they say no increases, and then it really explodes. You know, if it goes half a point, that might be one that kind of slows it a little bit. But if it's a quarter of a point or nothing, I think you're going to see Bitcoin jump over 30, not just 29. Because right now it's at 28,709. And it's found the floor at 38. That's the one thing that is so bullish, is that it goes up and finds a floor. It stays there a little bit. It consolidates, and then it moves up again and finds another floor. And so what was resistance becomes support. And that, to me, that's as bullish as it gets. And the banking issues aren't going to stop in this country. That's for damn sure. Knight, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, I don't see how Lamar can't see what Athletes First did for Watson. The kid makes no sense. It's stupid. It's complete ignorance how Lamar has handled this whole thing. But he's got an inflated opinion of himself and this whole situation, and an unrealistic approach to it all. He will pay the price, like a lot of athletes have, for not managing things the right way. So, but Knight, thank you for the love on the super chat. As always, remember, you can always make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. And you can make a Bitcoin donation on Cash App or Venmo. You know we love are Bitcoin donations. Those are my favorite donations of all time right there. So you can do that at Cash Big O Show. If Lamar Jackson wants Deshaun money, why doesn't he just sign with the same agent that got Deshaun his money? Whoever that guy is will sell Lamar just like he did with Deshaun. I doubt it because it was a different situation and the Browns were so desperate that they did a stupid deal. But I don't think that the Browns did a deal because they were intelligent. And I don't think it's because the agent was so phenomenal. I think it was kind of the perfect storm type of thing. Cleveland's a really stupid franchise. They've been a really dumb franchise for a long time. So, what else do we have going on? Japan beats the USA 3-2. The Astros over the Marlins 2-1. They're 6-15 on the spring season so far in spring training. Today at 1:10, they will get a little Cards and Marlins. What else do we have here going on? Hey, Jimmy Garoppolo got a nice offer. So, Jimmy signed with the Las Vegas Raiders. And apparently now Jimmy has an offer for free sex for life. And I found this absolutely hilarious, by the way. Free sex for life. Now, normally, you give somebody free sex for life, that is something that, some guys would love, right? I mean, some of you out there would love it if a couple of girls at a brothel said, hey, we love you so much. We think you're fantastic here at the Chicken Ranch Brothel that Caitlin Bell and Alice Little are willing to offer you free sex for life. Some of you would love that, right? I don't even know how Caitlin Bell looks like and Alice Little. I have no idea. But they're willing to give Garoppolo free sex for life. Okay? He deserves free sex for joining our team, Bell said of Garoppolo. But he gets free sex for life for us just because he's such a legit babe. Now, as you know, Jimmy Garoppolo is known as a good-looking dude, right? Right? Kind of like Sean Stanley. We go on the road and the women are like, we get off planes and there are throngs of women jumping at Sean Stanley. So this happens all the time, right? And I've got to play like security guard. You saw what happened with Lionel Messi? Same thing when I go out with Sean. Same, except they're all females. That's the only difference. Okay? It was a sausage fest for Lionel Messi. Outside of that, not for Sean. It's a whole different ballgame. So anyway, Garoppolo gets free sex for life. Here's the only problem, okay? If you're going to offer free sex for life, okay, you need to offer it to an ugly quarterback. Because maybe the ugly quarterback, whoever you want to pick, I don't know, give me an ugly, what's an ugly quarterback? Joe Flacco? Give me what's an ugly quarterback? Somebody that is mafugly. Well, maybe that guy needs, a little help. Jimmy Garoppolo, does he really need to go to a brothel to get laid? Jimmy Garoppolo can walk outside the stadium and just say, ladies, I'm looking for a little companionship tonight. And they're going to be lined up like hundreds. Okay? Jimmy Garoppolo can start his own brothel in his house. With the amount of women that would love to sleep with that guy. I mean, I showed you the scene, right? With Garoppolo and the 49er players. And they're at the Warriors game. And all the cheerleaders came to say hi to Garoppolo, and none of them gave a shit about George Kittle or the running back from Carolina that was there with them, Christian McCaffrey. Okay, and Christian McCaffrey's a good-looking dude. And so they're all there around Garoppolo, courtside, and every one of the cheerleaders came by to say hi to Jimmy. Completely leaving out all the other guys that are, by the way, filthy rich also. Jimmy Garoppolo does not need any offers from anyone, okay? That guy can start a different brothel every day of the year if he wanted to. He just puts out there the next 10 women that come to this address get to sleep with me. Boom, he'll get 10 every day, and that's it. He can make his own brothel every single day. But hey, nice try by them to at least make the offer and, provide something there. A little service for them. Why not? Don't forget, you can reach out to us, by the way, at Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. That's Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. Too funny. Too funny. Kyle Orton looks like the villain from Die Hard with extra chromosomes. Kyle Orton was a funky looking guy. Yeah, that's a good one right there. Josh Allen kind of looks like a 14-year-old in a grown man's body. Yeah, he does have kind of a baby face. You're right about that. Mike Glennon and John always are top tier ugly. Mike Glennon with that neck. Yeah. Andy Dalton. I don't know. I don't think Andy Dalton's an ugly dude. Is that just you're just picking on the strawberries? Is that what you're doing? He's not really an ugly dude. Like, I've seen ugly. It's not ugly. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Don't think the dude is as bad as you're making him out to be. Remember, tomorrow, Thursday, Alec Ingold will join us at 4:00. All right? And in just a couple minutes here, we're going to show you if you haven't seen our backyard with Cutter's Edge Pro, we got this new video. So you can check it out. I know we've been playing another one the last couple of days, but this one's a little different. You may want to check it out. For those of you that have been thinking about changing up your yard or your business or your condo complex, whatever it is that you own, we're going to play that for you here in just a couple of minutes here before the break, and you can check it out. So, when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Right? You guys know that song, right? A little Dean Martin. Those of you that are old enough. Did you hear about this story, Sean? A Florida man was arrested after he allegedly slapped a woman across the face with a slice of pizza during a heated argument, according to court documents. Ortello Lazaro Alfonso allegedly carried out the bizarre attack during a possible domestic disturbance, according to the arrest affidavit by the Marion County Sheriff's Office and reported by Fox News. The victim accused Alonso, 39, of striking her with the slice on the left side of her face during a feud. The man became upset. She hit another individual in the home on the bottom area, the affidavit said. Pizza sauce was splashed on the victim's shirt, her shirt collar, and the back of her shirt, the sheriff said. She also had a remnants of pizza in her hair and in her ear. Ooh, get some sauce in that ear? That's not good. And was also found by deputies on the walls and ceilings of the kitchen, according to the affidavit. The defendant advised that he did not physically strike the victim with his hand, just the pizza. Deputies wrote in the affidavit, according to Fox News. He was charged with battery and later released from custody. Here's your man that will slap you in the eye with a big piece of pie. That's amore. And you smack him with a slice of pizza. Come on, man. I hope you used at least Sicilian because that has like a little bit more cushion. Hey, that's it. You get slapped is one thing. You get slapped with a slice of pizza. I don't know what's worse. I don't know what's more disrespectful. Getting slapped with a slice of pizza or getting slapped with a hand. Right? It's kind of like, remember that scene in Beverly Hills Cop where he goes to see Victor Maitland at the whatever that club is called, and then the security guy that is with Maitland, and and Eddie warns him, don't try, and then he throws him over the table of all the food and everything, and he's got like food all over him, and he's standing there, and then Maitland tells him, no, stop, and Eddie turns to him, oh, that's very good, Victor. Does he also roll over and and all that kind of stuff, right? So think about that. You're that person. You just got smacked with the big pizza pie. That's amore. And you're like sitting there and you got cheese hanging and sauce in your ear and your hair. And I mean, I don't know. What's worse? A regular slap or a slap with a slice of pizza pie? What do you think, Sean? What's worse, getting slapped or getting slapped with a pizza?
I'm very torn on this. One is getting slapped with a pizza, but why the hell are you wasting pizza?
That's a great point. That's a great point. You wasted that slice right there.
I wouldn't even arrested him for, slapping with the pizza. I would arrest him for wasting the food. Yes, the pizza.
Yes. That's a great point on your part. That should have been another charge.
I was sitting here cringing just thinking about this. The pizza just wasted. They better not had any damn toppings on it. It better just been cheese. You start throwing toppings on this. This guy deserves time.
I'm with you there. Because, I mean, think about it. If it was a Cazzola slice, I mean, that's a big slice. You don't want to lose out on that. You want to eat that slice. By the way, I ate at Cazzola's the other day on US 1 and 17th. But I didn't eat pizza. I went and had a turkey sub. I love their subs, man. The way they toast that bread, oh, so good. So good. How about if you get hit with a big slice of pizza pie from Mario the Baker? Or how about my favorite, the big cheese? Ooh, I love the big cheese. So good. So good. Don't hit them with a garlic bread. I'm gonna get pissed. Those are some of the greatest garlic breads on the planet right there, bro. I'm telling you. Well, so what's worse, everybody on the chat board? Just getting slapped or getting slapped with a slice of pie? Which is worse? Hand or pie? Hand, pie. Hand, pie. Which is worse? You tell me. If the pizza was pepperoni, would she be pepperoni face? Deep thoughts from me only. Pizza guy he does kind of look like Aaron Rodgers with a beard. With a disheveled beard. I'm sorry. Let me make sure I put it right. Let's see. No soup for you. Hand, pie, slice slap, hand, pie, pie, pie. I'd rather be her than Chris Rock. Okay. I think getting pizza slapped is going to be the next big trend. No, let's not do that. We're going to be wasting all kinds of good pizza. Oh, New York style pizza is a misdemeanor, but Chicago style is a felony. If he wanted to do damage, he should have hit her with day-old Cuban bread. Oh, man, that would kill the bitch. Yeah, you get hit with day-old Cuban bread, it's over. It's over. Pizza, you're disrespecting the pie and the person, Big O. I'm with you, Jacob. Sean is right there with you. We need to jail people like this. Okay? I'm giving that pizza criminal 25 to life for doing that to pizza. It's a good point by Sean. Big O, check your text line. Send pictures of Little and Bell. No, you got to send it to my email. The text line doesn't work anymore. They had that company started doing some funky stuff, and I had to cancel it. I'm trying to find another one. I'm having issues with that. Don't make me get Tostino's woman. There you go. Hey, by the way, has anybody tried the new? Is it Tostino's? The one I see in the commercial that is pizza, and it's the bread is like croissant, right? Is it? I think it is. It's croissant. It looks like it. It just seems like it's really good, dude. Okay. Maybe it's not Tortino's. It's the other one. What's the other? What's the one they say it's not DiGiorno? That's what it is. Not delivery. It's DiGiorno. It's like a DiGiorno pizza that is, I think, maybe I'm getting it confused, but I think it's croissant bread. That thing looks so good when I see the commercials. I'm like, I got to order that one. Because actually, I gotta say, man, those pizzas are good. When it comes to frozen pies, they do a good job, actually. If you cook it right, obviously, if you don't burn it, but if you cook it right, I gotta say, DiGiorno is pretty good. I will not turn down a DiGiorno pizza. Put it that way. Big O, I read they found a price of I found a price of pineapple in her. Oh God, pineapple too. She better be glad it wasn't tombstones. Get a new number from free text. Big. Oh, you send me that info, and Pat, I got to reach out to you already. But wait a minute, but Pat, and we got to talk about that. How do I even get the tickets? Because you can't even transfer those tickets. So I'm gonna have to see your ass there in Atlanta. By the way. Oh, if you were Chris Rock, could you ever forgive? No, I would not forgive Will Smith. No. So now that I know everything and I have full context of everything going on, it wasn't just a guy that was out of line and insulted a woman that has there was a lot more to it than all that. And the name of his special, what was it? I forgot the misplaced anger or whatever. He was right. The anger was misplaced. And basically he was taking out his frustrations of his relationship and everything he goes through with Jada, and he was taking it out on Chris Rock. And he was right about that. So no, yeah, you can't. No, you don't forgive that. I've told you guys this. Sorry doesn't fix everything. We have too much in this society that we think sorry fixes everything. Sorry fixes all the little things in life. Oh, I made this mistake. I forgot to do this. I forgot. Oh, I didn't bring it. Oh, I'm sorry I showed up late. Whatever. But slapping somebody in the middle of the Oscars and embarrassing them that way, sorry's not going to cover for that. You killed somebody. You can say sorry all you want to the family. Not going to cover it, man. There's a lot of things. You abuse your wife and you hit her or whatever. You can't tell her after sorry. That doesn't cover it. Sorry just doesn't. That's a problem in our society, that we think sorry gets us out of everything. And no, that's just not the way it is, because it's not true. As much as people try to make it sound like, oh no, you've got to be forgiving and all that bullshit. No, dude. There's just some things that don't need to be forgiven. That's just the way it is. And it shouldn't be forgiven, by the way. And that's, those kind of things should not be forgiven at all. All right, let's take a quick break. Here's our backyard. Check this one out. The boys at Cutter's Edge Pro did an amazing job as we get ready for hour number 3 right here on the Big O Radio Show. So here we are. I wanted to show you the backyard again because we had some trouble last time, but cuttersedgepro.com does some amazing stuff, and they're the boys and the girl. They're having fun. There we go. Right, Maiden? Right, Bono? There we go. They're having fun. I'm having fun. Look at our Sylvester palm. It is beautiful. We got another one in the front yard like that. You can take your home and landscaping to the next level. And the artificial turf, look at that. Look at that. The 2 dinosaurs going at it, huh? Look at that. I gotta love the dinosaurs. Look at them. They like to bite each other's legs. That's what they do. They play with each other and then they bite each other and they piss each other off. It's fun. One is Bono, which is the one farther away from you, and Maiden. She's the girl right here. She's a badass. That's for sure. So anyway, see the flowers are coming out. Very nice. Cutter'sEdgePro.com, folks. This big tree there will start budding that I'm showing you there soon. It'll have all kinds of flowers. I'll post another video and I'll show it to you. This is a backyard where everybody gets to hang out. Over there in the corner there, I put the barbecue to cook. So that way it's the farthest away from the house, If I light myself on fire or somebody else, we're out in the corner away from everybody. There you go. So you're getting some flowers coming out, which is a beautiful thing. And I swear by this artificial turf, it always looks phenomenal. I don't have to cut it. I don't have to water it. And so I'm saving a lot of money, hundreds and thousands in the long run, because I'm not watering or, of course, cutting the grass. And here in South Florida, we cut the grass like every 10 to 14 days. So here's the putting green. See? There you go. Got 2 flags. One was over there where Cutter's Edge Pro. It's not coming out now. Come on. Come on, wind. Give me a little wind. No, unfortunately. But there you go. And this one says Big O here. There you go. So there's my putting green. It's about, I would say about 25 feet, something like that. I get to practice, have a little fun. See? And then, of course, we got, the bunkers. Got to have the bunkers, man. Got all kinds of bunkers there. You know what I'm saying? So that's a taste of our backyard. There's Maiden right there. Maiden. Bono, how you doing, Bono? Bono. He's a Carolina dog, by the way. These dogs are amazing. Their temperaments are awesome. But there is the Sylvester palm, which is just beautiful. All right, call my guys, Will and Mike at Cutter's Edge Pro. They will take care of you. Dogs are not included, okay? Can't include the dogs. Those are mine. But the exceptional work, oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yes. Make your home an oasis. Cutter'sEdgePro.com. Go to their Instagram page, by the way, so you can see a lot of the before and after work that they do. And it is exceptional, baby. This thing's been on here for about 9 months. No grass growing through it or anything like that. Right, Bono? Huh? Bono!
you have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
5 holds has it right. Be there, the fair. Don't slap anyone with a pizza at the fair. Yeah, don't do that. Don't slap people at the fair with a pizza. Okay? Totino's Pizza. Who buys the cheap pizza, right? You got to buy DiGiorno, right? DiGiorno's the good one. So, King Shore, you can't transfer the Cure tickets. They rigged it. Robert Smith got Ticketmaster to give us a discount on our tickets. Okay? And then he also, because, they want to eliminate scalpers, there is no transfer. You buy them, you have to actually be the one that uses them. So, yeah, there is no transfer. So, literally, the tickets I get from Pat in Asheville, I would have to meet him there and then go in with him. I think that's how it's going to have to be. I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah. The Robert Smith had this thing. He, what's interesting to me is that, like, bands haven't gotten together and created their own ticket service. They have all the power, right? I mean, if Metallica and Pearl Jam and Taylor Swift and Beyonce and Jay-Z and, I'm just trying to get power players in different genres of music, and they got together and they wanted to do their own. They could. They really could. I'm sure that they and it's not like arenas and stadiums aren't going to try to make deals with them, because then they're not going to get the artists to come and fill their buildings and their stadiums. So it's strange to me how they have not done it, and instead of allowing Ticketmaster to grow to the beast that it is, and then punish all of us with these service fees that are just criminal. Quite frankly. That's what service fees are. They're just absolutely criminal. It's a weird thing, man. It really is a weird dynamic with all of that. Speaking of a little music, by the way, we do have today in Musica. Let's talk a little bit about why what happened in March 22nd on this date. Back in 2003, Guns N' Roses singer Axl Rose sent a cease and desist letter to The Offspring after they announced plans to call their new album Chinese Democracy. So crazy. Now, instead of Democracy, like the album from Guns N' Roses, Democracy. You Snooze, You Lose, a spoof of Chinese Democracy, the name of the long-awaited GNR record. In 75, on this date, Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti started a 6-week run on the top of the Billboard charts. It was the band's 4th album to go number 1 and shipped a record 1 million copies on its first day of release. Back in 71 on this date, the Allman Brothers, the entire band, plus its road crew, were arrested for possession of heroin and marijuana in Alabama. In 2004, Ozzy Osbourne on this date was voted Yahoo Users as the best person to welcome aliens to the planet Earth if they should ever come. Now, I kind of disagree with that because I was thinking about this and I was going, well, wait a minute. How we can't understand him. How are they going to understand him? So that's what we're going to put Ozzy Osbourne as the representative for our world to the aliens. Wow, that's a pretty low bar. You know what I'm saying? What's he going to do? He's going to say a bunch of words they can't understand, and then he's going to snort ants from the floor. I don't know. That was a bad vote by people. In 1967, on this date, The Who played their first American live gig. It took place at New York's Paramount Theater. In 1980, on this date, Pink Floyd's Another Brick in the Wall was the number one song in the country. I remember when that was dominating. In 2004, on this date, Marilyn Manson proposed to longtime girlfriend, burlesque artist Dita Von Teese. And then they went on to get a divorce soon after. In 1986, Heart had the number one song in the country with These Dreams Go On. All right, their first track to top the singles chart. There you go. So those are the things that happen today in music history. Hope that makes your day. Sharon could translate. Probably. That woman's been having sex with that thing for years. That is just weird. Just absolutely weird. I mean, think about it. That's got to be like a sight you don't want to see. Ozzy Osbourne involved in porn. Ugh. Although you think about it, an Ozzy Osbourne porn flick. Like, what's he doing? Screwing bats? But no, you think about this. This might be something that we could use when we do capture terrorists. And we got to make them talk, brother. Talk, or we will put on a Ozzy Osbourne porn on a loop until you respond. And think about that you could try to close your eyes, but every time you opened it, there was Ozzy Osbourne having sex. You know, I think you would be dehydrated very quickly because you would throw up on a consistent basis. You would make the woman from The Exorcist look like a complete child next to you, right? You would look like a fire hydrant next to her watching Ozzy Osbourne have sex. Is there anything more gross than that? I don't think so. I'm just saying, this could be a weapon for us. Ozzy's porn, we could, break a lot of people here. Gangs. Chicago's got this issue with gangs. You want to make them talk? Play an Ozzy Osbourne porn. You got, mobsters. You want to make them talk? Ozzy Osbourne porn. Terrorists, you want to make them talk? Ozzy Osbourne porn. Your kids, they're lying to you. You want to make them talk? Ozzy Osbourne porn. Think about that. We could actually fix a lot of things in the world if we force them to say, well, listen, if you don't do this, you're going to be forced to watch Ozzy Osbourne porn. I think we're onto something. I'm telling you, I think it could make the world a much better place if we threatened everybody with Ozzy Osbourne porn. Russell Wilson, report is out, had arthroscopic surgery, knee surgery, after the 2022 season. Is that the reason why he did not play well? Is that what we're going to be using as an excuse? Is that the deal behind it? By the way, Bitcoin is to 28,600, so slightly down, about 100 and some odd dollars. So still flirting there in that area. I think we're waiting till 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock is going to be the magic time Because if Powell, I'm telling you, if he says no rate hikes or just a quarter point, we're going easily over 30,000 within seconds. Within seconds. Okay. File that under things you can't unsee. Yes, that would be things you can't unsee. That's why the damage of Ozzy's porn is huge. Not that he's huge. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the damage would be huge because it's scary to look at it, and then Nyborg nailed it. It's now in your memory bank, and oh my God, you can never unsee it again. You would need somebody like to erase your brain. I don't know if they do those things, but they could. Yes, sir, Brett. Willis Reed, R.I.P. Ozzy always helping the people. That is very true. And Ozzy porn could make aliens leave. That's a good point, man, of 1,005 holds. I never thought of it that way. But that is true. NFL odds are out for Coach of the Year. And guess who's got the inside track for Coach of the Year right now? Dan the Man Campbell, plus 1,100 as the favorite to win Coach of the Year. Early on, Sean Payton is number 2 at plus 1,200. Matt Eberflus is tied with him at plus 1,200. DeMeco Ryans is plus 1,600. And Frank Reich is plus 1,600. I know some of you are going, well, where's Mike McDaniel? Whatever. None of that means anything to me. I'm not going to get mad because Mike McDaniel isn't in the top 5 of, none of this means anything. It doesn't matter. I just want Mike McDaniel to win. I don't care about any awards. The team awards is what we all care about. We're all dying to see the Dolphins accomplish things as a team, something that they haven't done a lot in decades. And last year they were able to get into the playoffs. Now you got to find a way to make some noise in the playoffs. I don't need you to win Coach of the Year. I need you to start winning games in the playoffs. You start doing that, the awards come from all the love that we're going to give Mike McDaniel. But I saw that and it was like, okay. And Dan Campbell's one of those guys, man. I'll tell you, he did a lot better than I ever expected him to do last year. You guys know it. If you listen to this show long enough, you know that while Dan is a very likable guy, I'm not really into the rah-rah coaches. And we'll see. This year will be a telling year for Dan Campbell, because if he can do it again this year and get a winning record and even get into the playoffs, then all of a sudden, it's not it's a 1 year off. You did the best you could, and now that's it. Everybody knows what you are, and you can't, now that they've countered, you can't answer. Okay? And that's always been my problem with the rah-rah coaches, is that I need the substance behind the rah-rah. And there's a lot of those rah-rah coaches. I've seen them before, the Mike Tices, the Ray Shermans. That shit doesn't last, man. It doesn't last. You gotta be able to teach players how to win, and they've got to know that you can teach them how to win. That's how you really win your team over. But anybody can have a good week, a good month, a good year. I always tell you that. And they had a good year for the Detroit Lions. That was a very good year last year. Now they've got to be better. And while you're being better, you're also establishing that you're not a fluke. And that's what Dan Campbell has to prove this year, that last year was not a fluke. That last year was part of what you're going to be from now on. And we're going to find out. We're going to find out if they can actually get it done. That's for damn sure. Let me tell you a little bit about Nature B. We love talking about Nature B, baby, and we got a great deal going on right now. 85 cents a day, 200 cap supply. That's 100 days for over 3 months, folks. That's a joke for only $85. Plus, we're going to give you the free Manuka Honey Lip Balm. That we're going to throw in, which is absolutely awesome. So if you're traveling or you live somewhere where it's dry or really cold and you're going to get the chapped lips, the Manuka Honey Lip Balm is awesome. But I've been telling you about plant pollen now for over 20 years. I've been talking about Nature Bee, folks. Highlighting libido, more energy, allergy relief, less stress, boost that immune system, which is my favorite thing, muscle recovery. Man, there's so many benefits, stronger nails, fuller hair. Go to naturebee.com/Big-O. That's naturebee.com/Big-O. And listen, this is not a drug. This comes from Mother Earth, clean, green, New Zealand, okay? So it's not made in a lab anywhere. So kids can take it. Adults can take it. My daughter's been taking it for years. My wife, myself, the entire family takes it. This is why I rarely ever have a cold, and I attribute it all to Nature B because I take those 2 golden capsules every single day. Go to naturebee.com/Big-O. Check it out. Get the 200 capsule package, 100-day supply over 3 months, only 85 cents a day. It only comes out to $85. Plus, we're going to throw in a free Manuka Honey Lip Balm. Go to naturebee.com/Big-O and get it today for the entire family. All right. Gordon says, if Dan Campbell can take the Lions to the playoffs and win a playoff game, it's a lock. Oh, yeah. If he gets them to a playoff game, that's 2 years in a row that they've been playing good football. To me, that's huge. For a player, for a coach, that shows you're not flukish because there's tons of players and coaches, tons, that had a good week, a good month, a good year, and they just could never follow up again. You know, that's the sad part. Pulling for Dan, when he was out, our interim coach, the guys played hard for him for a couple weeks, and then it ran out of gas. Remember that. Let's call it like we see it. The first 2 weeks were terrific, and then after that, it completely ran out of gas. But now this is his own staff, and he's been at it for several years. We'll see how he handles, this whole thing. Did you say Peyton is nominated also for this award, or did I? No, yeah, Peyton's number 2. Dan Campbell's the favorite at plus 1,100. Sean Payton and Matt Eberflus are tied for second at plus 1,200. D'Amico Ryans is fourth at plus 1,600, and so is Frank Reich. So actually, D'Amico and Frank Reich are tied for fourth at plus 1,600. So yeah, those are the coaches that they have on the board as your top 5 to gamble for Coach of the Year. Suspect in standoff with FBI threatens to jump off of New York skyscraper. All right, just clear the bottom. Okay, that's all. Everybody get out of the way. We're going to have some splatter any second now. And that's all. That's all you got to do. All right, let's take a quick break here. When we come back, Omar Kelly will be joining us. We'll get into some Dolphin subjects with him right here on the Big O Radio Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CS, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time to talk aqua and orange, Miami Dolphins fans. It's the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking to move your home or business anywhere in the U.S. from coast to coast, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Let's talk Dolphins football. Here's Omar Kelly.
There he is, locked and loaded. How you feeling, my man? You feeling good?
I'm good. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I like what the Dolphins are doing. I think they're setting things up. It's so far. What do you think? Obviously, we still have a long ways to go to finish this offseason.
Setting things up
for the start.
For
the start.
Start of what? Setting things up for the start. Is that what you're saying?
Start of the offseason.
Okay. So you think that this is the what? Appetizer, main course?
I wouldn't even put it in that order. I would say you're probably going to have 3 meals in a day. Okay, so this is breakfast, and then you'll have lunch, which is the draft, and then you'll have dinner, which is, any post cuts and training camp cuts and those kind of things. So you got 3 meals to set up your team. So here, as you're dining in this first meal and finishing it off, how have they done? How have they done so far?
I can honestly tell you that after doing a thorough look at it, it's okay. I thought, outside of let's remove the Jalen Ramsey acquisition, because that's a big one. That's a big one.
You can't remove it because that's part of the equation.
Okay, I'm taking Vic Fangio and Jalen Ramsey out of the equation, because those are hear me out. Those are the clear-cut, like, colossal upgrades. I would argue to you that they're probably 2 of the top acquisitions any team has made this offseason. And they should help you a lot. But do you feel comfortable with how they address the linebacker position? Do you feel comfortable with how they address the safety position? Do you feel comfortable with how they address the offensive line issues?
What's wrong with what's wrong with the safety position?
You're more comfortable with Brandon Jones than I am. We've discussed this for 3 years now. We've gone back and forth about it.
And he was playing better last year in coverage. He was making the improvements that he needed to make in coverage last year.
He's okay. I personally feel like, and when you look at what Poyer signed back with the Bills for $6 million, why not? Now, you had to probably get a little bit creative to create that space for that $6 million. But are you telling me that couldn't drastically improve their?
They still have to sign Wilkins. They still have to sign Sealer.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to free up cap space. That's not gonna challenge you. So signing Wilkins.
No, they will take up some space because you do have to pay them a salary.
No. Even Wilkins, right now, Wilkins is on the book cap numbers for like $11 million. If
you'll lower that to like
$5 a multi-year extension, you'll create at easily $6-7 million in cap space, and I'm sure that's their breaking case of emergency maneuver, and that.
They also get the Byron Jones $13 million in June.
Yeah, that's later. That's later when you feel like, and I agree with you. Dinner to me will be those veterans who probably want to miss OTAs, the Melvin Ingrams, the Trey Flowers type signings. I think you'll have a ton of opportunities to improve your team, probably with about 4 players, maybe an offensive lineman, maybe another pass rusher, maybe another defensive lineman. They're very thin at defensive line. And keep in mind, every single person on that defensive line right now, except for Emmanuel Ogbah, is entering the last year of their deal, which is never a comfortable position. They need to develop some young players there. Tight end. Did you feel like they addressed it? It seems like
it's coming in the draft.
Yeah, okay, it's coming in the draft, and that's cool. But I felt like they kind of took a dollar.
It's a draft heavy tight end.
Yes, and I understand that. But I personally felt like they took a dollar store approach to free agency, and I get it. But with Chris Greer's history in the draft and in free agency, it doesn't necessarily make me feel very comfortable that all of the issues that you had that you knew you needed to improve upon were issues that you clearly got better at. Like, I am not 1,000% certain that David Long Jr. is a drastic upgrade over Landon Roberts. Now, I think he's
yes.
Landon,
yes.
From a coverage
Landon Roberts can't cover, bro. He can't cover at all.
Yes. No, I know. I'm aware.
So then you're useless in this defense.
Okay,
this is a defense that you have to cover, Omar. You have to cover.
You're absolutely right.
David Long may not knock your dick in your sock the way Landon Roberts will, I get that. I get that. I get Landon Roberts is a
No,
fire
he's
hydrant.
running
Knock your
ridiculous
ass
numbers.
out. I get
Listen.
all of that, but the bottom line is David Long is still very good against the run, and he is much better against the pass.
We'll
Way
see.
better against the pass.
We'll see. We will definitely see. It doesn't. I felt and still feel like Bobby Wagner's still out there. I still feel like there are clear-cut improvements that they could have made that weren't. Oh, we need to take care of this now. Let's get this guy now. Oh, boom.
Oh, maybe they're playing this game here that they're waiting.
No question. As the process plays out, and I feel way more confident and comfortable. Like I was looking at signing Andrew Van Ginkel, which I know you're like, woo, yay! Like, come on, bro.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
It was the players re-signed the 4 running backs back. Like
they did. The running backs were not an issue at all last year.
They had one team was worse running the ball than them last year.
The running backs were not the issue last year.
Okay,
it's
all right,
offensive line and your head coach.
Okay, whatever.
It has to be also. It's more Mike McDaniel than it ever was the running backs. Mike McDaniel doesn't know how to stay with the run when it's actually working.
That's fair, but I don't like, and I've never liked this, and I feel very uncomfortable about this because I know that the NFL is a league where it fuels on familiarity. It fuels on consistency. It's just like, let me get, this is what I'm familiar with. I know these players. Let me bring them in, and that's cool. But I felt like they did too much familiarity and not enough talent upgrading this offseason.
Well, Long is an upgrade at linebacker. You brought way more athleticism. Jalen Ramsey's an upgrade at corner, obviously, right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't call that an upgrade? I think
no question.
Dan Feeney is an upgrade over Dieter.
Okay.
Because he can play center and guard at the same time. So this is a guy that's going to help you out there. So that is, and then you brought back Nick Needham, right?
Why is Dan Feeney a clear upgrade? He's been a backup with the Jets who've been offensive line starved for the last 2 years.
Because he's actually played.
Okay. He's played. Okay. Then, and Dieter has not. All right. That's fair.
I'm telling you. I mean, by them bringing him and leaving Dieter alone and just saying, see you later, that tells you all you need to know, that it's an upgrade for them, the way they look at it.
Chris Kerr's not very good at drafting.
Here's the real dynamic and the real problem for all of us. You, me, the entire Dolphin Nation. The dynamics of Austin Jackson and Liam Eichenberg. Because we all are all saying, well, bro, what about left guard and right tackle, right? Some of us are saying, like, where's Brandon Shell? He's still out there. Go get him.
Yeah.
Bring him back. He actually did a serviceable job.
Yes.
Here's our problem. Eichenberg and Jackson has not convinced any of us, okay?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now, Austin, I'll give him a little love that he was showing me something in training camp in the preseason before he got hurt. But in their eyes, and here's the problem, in our eyes, we've watched these guys for a few years now, and they don't convince us of shit, right? But in their eyes,
they're not ready to give up.
They only got one injury-riddled year out of Eichenberg and Jackson, and they're not injury-prone players. But last year, they had the bad luck of all the injuries, and it derailed their seasons. And they were and let me tell you something, because they told me in the building, when Eichenberg got injured, they were convinced he was turning the corner the last couple of weeks. I didn't see it, but they tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, that, hey, he was turning the corner. So they like Eichenberg and they like Austin Jackson. That's our problem here right now, that we think they need something desperately, but they're not acting desperately.
No,
because
I don't think they need something desperately.
Well, I mean, Well, a lot of people think they need a right tackle, bro.
Yeah, a lot of people do. I've never, and no, I love offensive line. I thought Eichenberg played well when he was with Teron Armstead. Eichenberg wasn't an issue with Teron Armstead. Eichenberg was an issue.
He was missing he keeps missing the switches and all that shit, dude. Even with Armstead next to him, those twists, he has, I don't know what it is, but he doesn't feel that. He doesn't see it happening before.
I think he's going to be a much better player.
They must feel it, bro. They Omar, that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
like
I think he's had a bad run.
That they can make Eichenberg and Jackson players, and that's the problem.
Jackson, I don't know about that.
That's the
Jackson,
problem.
I don't know about that. I'm not ready to make that commitment. But yes.
And by the way, you might be onto something on the Jackson thing, because we just talked about the tight ends. In this draft, offensive line and tight ends can be found all the way to the third round. They do have a second and a third rounder. So I would not be surprised if those picks are a tight end and a tackle, actually.
Absolutely.
And right tackles can be found, as you know, in the second round. Oh, my God. There's
I'm sure there are 5 different right tackle starting talent options that are out there right now that they can add to the team for the minimum if they wanted to. And, a lot of this is trying to – I think they need to add competition to for Austin Jackson, but I think a lot of this is trying to inject into him confidence. Hey, we believe in you, and he's going to work hard, and he's going to do what he needs to do.
He's a good dude, yeah, man.
And truthfully speaking, and I've said this from the beginning, and I've said this to you many times, I wouldn't be opposed to trying Robert Hunt at right tackle. I'm good with. I thought he
heard him. Yeah, but they think he can be really special at guard, so they're gonna keep him there, bro.
I know they're gonna keep him there, but I'm thinking big picture. Robert Hunt's another guy that they need to start. You need to start considering extending him and Connor Williams and Christian Wilkins. Those are ways and routes that they can go that they have to think about their future. But I'm not so thirsty for offensive line help. You can get offensive line help after the draft. You can get offensive line help during the draft. They don't have to be. I never thought that signing a player to a big money contract was going to be the answer to fix to the offense. And I understand it's Tua's blind side that you're worried about, but I think that there's numerous ways that you can go about patching that spot. Along with Austin Jackson, giving him another season. I'm sure this is the year he's probably not going to get his 5th-year option, and the fire is going to be lit under this guy to prove that I'm a starter, not a career backup. And that's really what this season is going to be about for him.
Have you looked into what's the deal going on with Brandon Shell?
Supposedly, from what I've read, he's like he had some interest from the Buffalo Bills. I don't know what that interest is gonna lead to a contract. I'm suspecting there's some medical situations and issues. When guys usually are just hanging around like this after a couple of visits to teams, there's like medical stuff that
he did get injured. He did get injured at the end of the year. Remember, I don't know where he's at in his recovery. Well, actually, I was told that he's doing well in the recovery, but who knows?
It's going to be interesting. Interesting to see what they do, how they do it, the approach that they take to fixing or addressing that offensive line. I personally believe that it all starts with Teron Armstead. He has a healthy season, they'll have a productive offensive line. Now, that's never happened in his career, but got to figure out a way to ensure that he plays at least 15 of the 17 games and doesn't play half the season at 70%. Like he did last year.
Did Miami do enough or is doing enough to win the division?
No. Not even with the pieces that the Buffalo Bills lost, I still think that they're still behind the Buffalo Bills. I'm not
even though the way Miami played them this year, injured and all.
Yeah.
And they should have won the second game. If it wasn't
I
for
don't agree
McDaniel.
with you on that one. And Buffalo should have won the first game. So what are you saying? Like you don't should have. Oh, they should have won the second game. Yeah, Buffalo should have won the first game too.
No, the Buffalo did not. Buffalo got worn out in that game. What are you talking about, bro? In the second game, Miami dropped 2 touchdowns in that game. All right, Miami was running at 7 yards a carry, and again, our favorite head coach chose not to keep running the damn ball.
And I know that Buffalo signed a Patriots running back. Is it Damian Harris? But I keep hearing that they're in the conversation for Derrick Henry, and that would scare the bejesus out of me. And it should scare the bejesus out of the Dolphins.
No, it'll never happen. They don't have the cap to do it.
Man, you could create. Listen,
they have cap, bro. They've been crying about their cap now. That's what they've been doing. You think they're going to trade for that guy? Wants a new contract.
Yes, he does want a new contract, and new contracts can be structured any way that you see fit. How many times do I have to tell you that the salary cap isn't real, and it's never stopped the team from doing anything that they've ever been motivated to do? Not one team has ever been stopped and hindered. Oh man, we can't do that because of the cap.
That's actually not true. It's they can do the things while they're making the run. Eventually, you will have.
Man, they got $9 million in cap space right now. That's a Derrick Henry trade right there. $9 million in cap space. You can go restructure Mitch Morse.
Omar, every team that's gone crazy, whether they are the New Orleans Saints or the Rams or the Washington Redskins of the past, that, when Dan Snyder went crazy, you can go crazy and sign a bunch of people for a couple of years and make a run. You're right. You can finagle the cap. Yeah. But eventually, after your run is over, you will have to gut the team, and you will have dead money, and you will suck for a couple of years.
Man,
that's what the Dolphins had to do.
How much?
And they didn't go as crazy as the Rams. But look at the Rams and their limitations. Look at the Saints and their limitations.
Yeah, the Saints, the Rams took all in approach.
They're still paying dead money this year for Drew Brees. Okay?
Are you talking about the Saints?
Have Drew Brees money on the books this year.
Let's look at the Saints, because the Saints ridiculously enter, and I have coined the phrase "who dat coins," because for a decade that's how they've been paying players.
Right, but eventually you keep pushing back the credit card.
Yes,
eventually you gotta pay, bro.
And right now they've got $16 million in cap space. How, I don't know, but they could do anything.
Well, they don't have a quarterback anymore.
If the Saints want to go sign Lamar Jackson, they could sign Lamar Jackson. They could do anything.
But that's, bro, they're a couple of years removed already from that whole mess. They've already been
a season removed from that whole mess. They entered last season like $70-something million over the cap. They are one season.
This is the third year that Drew Brees is retired, man.
Okay, bro. I follow the cap. I do the business of the NFL. I pay attention to what the Saints do every single offseason. I could tell you they were $79 million over the cap last year when it began, because that's how I was tracking the Teron Armstead. Right. And yes, they lost Armstead because they couldn't.
And that's why they're limited, bro. And that's why they can't do the things that they would like to do, because they don't have the same amount of money that everybody else does.
And they signed a Derek Carr, a top 10 paid quarterback, and still have $60 million in cap space, and you're crying about their finances. Bro, the cap ain't real, man. How many times I'm gonna fight you on that?
They're not a good team, my brother.
Okay,
they're not a good team anymore.
They got just as much a chance in their division right now as the Miami Dolphins do.
No. Their division sucks. Please don't compare the
exactly. Division. They got just as much a chance in their division as the Miami Dolphins do to win 10 games.
Miami division is much harder to win than that division. That division is not hard to win. There's nobody in that division at all. Atlanta's not a force. Tampa's not a force. Carolina doesn't have a quarterback, and New Orleans sucks. So that division is absolutely garbage. Don't compare it to the Bills, the Dolphins, and the Jets. Come on, man.
Okay.
Not even
As I
close.
said, the argument that I began is they've got just as much a chance to win 10 games as the Miami Dolphins do.
No, well, just because maybe not 10 games. They have no shot at winning 10 games.
Ooh,
They might have a shot at
Saints?
8 games because of the
Saints?
division they play in.
Man, that division, you're right. The division is trash. They can win 10 games with Derek Carr. I do believe that.
Oh, that's true. That's true. They do have Derek Carr. I forgot they do have Derek Carr.
Like, yeah, man, they can win 10 games now.
Yeah, it's a terrible
Mayfield in Tampa. Like, come on, you can win 10 games.
Yeah, but they're not going anywhere. They're not winning anything.
Neither are the Dolphins. Well, I mean, with this run game, neither are you. Like, you want to come back, run it back with the 31st rushing attack in the NFL.
The Buffalo Bills barely beat the Dolphins in the playoffs last year, and they were completely injured and didn't have their starting quarterback.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah,
so
right.
I'm not exactly sure what fucking pedestal you're putting the Bills at, but whatever it is,
bro, the Bills are top 14 in the
lost. I don't know what pedestal you're putting them on, but last time I checked, the Buffalo Bills don't win anything, my brother. They don't win anything. They don't live up to any hype that you've got them all hyped up for. Not exactly sure what you're hyping them up.
Okay, they are the second to third best team in the
Dolphins team was almost as good as they were at the end of the year.
Man, listen, and that's cute to say. That's cute to say. That's cute to say. You're 1-2 against the Buffalo Bills. Lost when it mattered the most. Yes, you didn't have your quarterback.
You didn't have a lot of things. It's not just
either did they.
You're missing a whole bunch of things, not just your quarterback, and you weren't really that good at that.
They're not in the same league as the Buffalo Bills.
You're playing with your third string quarterback, dude. And you had some guy named Cotton on the line. I mean, come on, bro. You picked up a guy off the street that was helping you out. I mean, was it Cotton or whatever? What's the name of that guy that was on there? I don't even remember the guy's name that it was.
Listen, that's part of the NFL, and I'm not gonna. If you ask me, this began with, how impressive of the offseason. They shopped at the dollar store. Let's be real about it. They did.
Jalen Ramsey is not the dollar store.
Fangio, exception of Jalen Ramsey. Exception of Jalen Ramsey. Okay, you got a returned item from Neiman Marcus.
All right.
So
Zach Sealer is the dollar store because they don't pay a lot for Zach Sealer.
Okay, Zach Sealer is a very good player.
Mostert's very productive. They don't have to pay a lot for him. Nick Needham been very productive in his career. They don't pay a lot for him. Cater Kohu was very productive. They don't pay a lot for him.
Okay, Cater Kohu might be better than
Hunt. They have yet to pay anything to Rob Hunt. They're just paying him his second round salary.
Yeah, what's your point? What's your point on all these?
My point is you are measuring it by what you pay somebody instead of measuring it by finding a good player who gives a shit what you pay them.
Bro,
some teams are going to get a bargain and you're going to get the same kind of production or better.
Do you know, and I wanted to have this discussion with you. If it's so easy for Chris Greer to find a good player, why is Andrew Van Ginkel his best third-day draft pick?
That's his best third-day draft pick?
It is. It is.
I don't think you're right on that.
I can give you that's the first class that he was part of.
I think you're wrong on that one.
Is Andrew Van Ginkel better than Myles Gaskin? That's the contender. There's Solomon
more.
Kinley, Malcolm Perry, who's another? Bro, it's a list of disastrous draft picks. Just Jared Dokes. Like, bro, it's not very good. And you should look it up.
Sanders was a good one.
Okay. Are you really counting a kicker?
Well, it was a good one, wasn't it?
Bro.
That wasn't a good pick.
I promise you, Andrew Van Ginkel, and I haven't seen his contract. He's making more than
and Cater Kohu wasn't a draft pick, but that was
we're not gonna throw the unsigned draft yeah, he might be better at signing unsigned play, like having unsigned players develop than his third day draft picks. His third day draft picks have been a disaster, just colossal disaster. And I was surprised. I got to be honest with you. His drafting is not very good at all. And his third day picks, like, bro, you might as well just sign undrafted players. You got just as much of a chance as your undrafted guys. Isaiah Prince, Chandler Cox,
I'm looking at him.
Solomon Kinley, Jason Strobridge. I'm not counting a long snapper. Malcolm Perry. Like, if you gotta draft a long snapper and a kicker just to have guys in your third day on your roster, you got a problem. And I think they got a problem. I'm not
no, they don't have a problem. See, Omar, this is where you get hyperbolic and you're completely off, because if you find Kohu, that makes up for somebody.
No,
if you
I would rather you hit on your third day guys.
Williams, if you find Nick Needham, if you find Brandon Shell, if
hit
you
on
find
your third day guys and
Robert
find Kohu, Needham, Robert Jones. It's not we could do one or the other. No, hit on the third day guys and go find.
No. You can't have it all, dude.
Parcells did it all.
Nobody hits on their first day, second day, third day, and street free agents. Nobody.
Parcells did.
Nobody.
Parcells did.
Nobody.
Parcells did.
Parcells doesn't do anything.
Parcells did.
Dude, this is how full of shit you are. He never won a championship by him leading.
I'm talking about what he did here. Not
what did he do here? He didn't do shit here. He drafted Pat White, bro. He didn't do shit here. He left us Jeff Ireland.
He was 5 years ahead of his time.
Rest in peace.
Jeff Ireland is drafted better than Chris Greer.
Wanted to win with field goals, bro. What are you talking? Parcells was a disaster.
Bro.
A disaster.
Best draft history. Far exceeds anything anybody has done in the last 20 years. By far. Might argue with you that it exceeds Jimmy Johnson here. We could go bar for bar on that one.
So you take Jake Long instead of the quarterback, and remember, he also brought in the coach that played Jake Long in the preseason that ruined his knee and ruined his career.
I'm talking about draft history. You're saying
Philip Merling, Chad Henne, Langford was a good one. Sean Murphy, Jalen Parlamy, Donald Thomas, Lex Hilliard, Lionel Dotson. The entire draft outside of Langford and Long, that's it. Okay? The next year, Vontae Davis, right? Then Pat White, Sean Smith, Patrick Turner, Brian Hartline, John Nailbone, Chris Clemens, Andrew Gardner, J.D. Folsom. What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Does he have 3 hits in every draft? Does he have 3 hits in every draft?
No, he doesn't. Vontae Davis was the hit. That's it. White,
Sean Smith wasn't a hit? Sean Smith wasn't a hit?
Hartline was a hit for a 4th-round pick. He was
Sean Smith wasn't serviceable.
Vontae Davis and Brian Hartline. That's it. That's it. Pat White wasn't a hit. Sean Smith wasn't a hit. Patrick Turner wasn't a hit. John Nailbone wasn't a hit. Chris Clemens wasn't a hit. Andrew Gardner wasn't a hit. J.D. Folsom wasn't a hit. Jake Long was a miss. Philip Merling was a miss.
Jake Long was a Pro Bowler, bro. Be respectful. Didn't last long.
I get it, my brother, but you only had him for 1 contract. It doesn't mean shit. It was a miss.
Is that what the bar is? Whether a guy makes it to the second contract?
Yeah. You had him for 3 years and 2 injury years.
Let's go look at Chris Greer. Let's go look at Chris Greer's draft history and see how many players have made it to the second contract.
You ruined that. No, but you said Parcells. So
let's
after
go,
Jake,
let's go look at Chris Greer's draft history.
Wait a minute. Listen, I'll give you Jake Long, Philip Merling, Kendall Langford was a hit. Sean Murphy, Jalen Parlamy, Donald Thomas, Lex Hilliard, Lionel Dotson. 2 picks in that draft. 2 picks.
Let's go look at Chris Greer's draft history. Since the new bar
on each draft. 2 picks on each draft.
Is guys making it to a second contract. We've got Xavier Howard. I guess Jakeem Grant counts.
No, but wait a minute. But why'd you leave this Parcells bullshit?
Because we're talking about Chris Greer. We're talking about Parcells. We're talking about Chris Greer. We're talking about the failed draft history of Chris Greer.
Hold on a second. 1st-round picks: Jared Odrick, Vontae Davis, and Jake Long. Okay. All right, great. That's fantastic. I'll take Jalen Waddle, Jalen Phillips, Siobhan Holland, Tua Tagovailoa, Austin Jackson, Noah
because he
Igbenogany,
got 3 draft picks each year.
Christian Wilkins and Minkah Fitzpatrick. I'll take all of that at first round, better than anything he did. Oh, by the way, let's go second round, my man. Let's go Javon Holland. Let's go Javon Holland. Let's go Robert
You can't count
Hunt.
Fitzpatrick twice.
Let's go Robert Hunt, Javon Holland. Let's go Mike Gesicki. Those are better second rounders than Parcells did by miles. Since you said
by
he can't
your
draft.
bar, it's whether or not they made it to the second contract here.
No. Jake Long was an injured player.
That's your bar. That's your bar that you created.
No. That's Parcells and the coach he brought in that killed that player.
It's a failure if they don't make it to a second contract.
It was. Jake Long is
no. I'm not saying contract.
I'm not saying a fourth rounder is a failure if it doesn't get to the second contract. I'm saying Jake Long is a failure if you don't get him to the second contract. You can't take the number 1 pick in the draft, Omar, and not re-sign him. Now, you couldn't because he was a sack of injuries at that point because the dumbass coach, rest in peace, but he wanted to play him on a baseball field in the rain in the first preseason game of the season.
Don't go that far back, but anyway, listen.
No, I know your memory doesn't go as far back as a month ago. Mine goes back many years.
Yes,
that mother played him on a preseason game in a rainy situation on a baseball field and ruined that player. So it became a terrible draft pick. If you took the guy number 1 and he only played 3 good years for you, brother, that's a waste. It's a waste of a pick.
I think he spent 5 years here.
No, the last 2 were injury riddled.
All right, listen, we're splitting hairs here. The issue is on the table. Andrew Van Ginkel is Chris Greer's top third-day draft selection, and then your argument is, oh, he finds Cater Cohus and Nick Needham's.
Well,
okay,
if you miss on third-day guys, you got to hit somewhere else, dude.
Yeah, if your third-day selection up, you got to hit on undrafted players. You're right.
Do.
You're right, bro. You can't keep surviving on whiffing on third-day selections.
But he's hitting on the first and second day selections
Michael
overall.
Dieter, Austin Jackson's, Noah Igbenogany. I'll even throw Raekwon Davis on that pile. I'm sorry, he's
slightly better than those.
Hunter Long. I don't even know if he's batting 400.
No, he's batting more than that.
He's all right.
On the high picks, he's batting a lot better. No, that's not. He wasn't in charge in those days.
He was the GM. That was his. He gets. Hold on. You credit him for and Xavier Howard. That's the same draft.
Dude, I know exactly. That's why I never use that year. I always go after when those guys, when Gase and Tannenbaum are gone. That's when I really truly measure him. Because with Gase and Tannenbaum, he was cock blocked all over the place with Gase and Tannenbaum. All over the place.
All right. Blame Mike Gesicki on everybody else but him. He made the selection. Listen.
On who? Who made the selection?
Mike Gesicki.
Who made it?
Gase.
Oh yeah, no, and I'm told the little returner that I like, that got traded to Chicago. He went to I'm told that was Tannenbaum's guy.
No, that's Ross's guy.
I was told it was Tannenbaum that liked him.
Yeah.
Somebody told me it was Tannenbaum that wanted Jakeem Grant.
Yeah, listen, Jakeem Grant was
like one of these things like, oh, let me get this. I want this one here in this round because it was a late round pick. And so
Jakeem Grant was a success story. And
he was.
He was a success story.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I just need a late round pick to have a Bobby McCain type career. That's all I'm saying.
But you have other guys. Okay, you find a sealer who's better than Bobby McCain.
Blaming somebody off
100 times better than Bobby McCain. Okay, Zach Sealer is way better. Robert Jones has done a nice job last year filling in. That's a nice guy to find.
We can
Nick
have
Needham
either
has been
or.
a
I would
very
like
good
both.
slot corner.
You're
You
like
found
telling me I can't have strawberries and nuts on my Sunday. No, I'd like both. Yeah, you're like, you can't have third day guys and
nobody
undrafted
does
guys who
it.
grew up.
It's unrealistic to think you're
No,
going to hit
it's
at
not.
all
It is
levels.
realistic. It is realistic. It is realistic. It's nothing
No,
stopping you.
overall, he makes good trades.
Yes.
Overall, the drafts
argue.
at the top are pretty damn good. Okay. He's been able to find the coach that you need now. So everything that you need, he's been able to get it done. And the quarterback can clearly play after all the people that said he couldn't. They're all wrong. Now he's got the injury stuff, but it's not like he's still way better than anybody you've ever drafted or brought in here since 13. Like 1,000 times better. So he has found the quarterback. Now the kid's got to figure out how to stay healthy on his own.
Doesn't mean all the decisions that he makes are without questioning or without justification. I didn't like this offseason. I'm sorry. I thought that they could make, and they still have the opportunity to make a ton of better additions to this team. The additions that they made right now, it's food in my tummy. That doesn't mean it's yummy. Like, it's okay. It's all right. It's solid. It'll get me to the next day, but it doesn't necessarily mean I'm dying to go eat it. Like, that's just my opinion. Like, it's like I bought, my daughter loves goldfish. I went to the dollar store. I got these non-name
goldfish in the dollar store.
No, they don't. They sell an imitation goldfish that is really horrible and crappy. Let me interject some of those little goldfish into my daughter's goldfish, and she'll fish them out, put them on the floor, and only eat the goldfish because she knows better. And I think that that's what this offseason is. It's a lot of guys that are just like, it's all right. I don't want to eat it though. I'm sorry. Braxton Berrios might be, except for Jalen Ramsey, which we're putting that to the side. Braxton Berrios might be your best addition.
Oh, you don't like the long kid, obviously.
He's okay. He's all right. And I'm
think he
curious
can
to see. I'm curious to see how he plays in this scheme. Like, let's not act like people were backing up a Brinks truck to go sign him. They weren't.
Well, because he had the injury history. That's why.
Okay. And you signed a guy with an injury history.
He missed a couple games the last 2 years, and that's why he didn't have the big numbers out there or the long term.
Yeah, we talked to him, and he took a little. He was in his feelings about that, and rightfully so, because his former head coach just cost him a lot of money, which I would have an issue with that as well. I would be busting that ass.
I don't blame Greer. That
he also played behind one of the best defensive lines in the NFL.
I also don't blame Greer. I commend him for finding players that he could actually get at a bargain price and get more out of them.
How successful do you think Chris Greer has been in free agency, with the exception of trades? No trades.
No, that's part of free agency.
No, don't do that.
That's part of free agency.
I've already said A+ on trades. Now let's do free agency.
Well, Teron Armstead, Connor Williams, those are good free agents.
Okay.
Byron Jones was decent until last year, actually.
Way overpaid. Way drastically overpaid.
Welcome to free agency.
Nah,
They're all overpaid.
I would have never signed.
They're all overpaid.
No.
So what are you going to do?
But
okay, Jalen. Well, Jalen's a trade.
I'm gonna make you give me some grades. Trades. Where's Greer? A, right?
About pretty much A-. I'd say. Maybe
free agency, not including trades. Where's Greer?
I got to think of all the names the last couple of years here that he has signed.
He's about a C. Drafting. Where do you think Chris Greer is?
I would go with a B- there.
Okay, I'd go with a C+. And then late signees or undrafted players.
And by the way, it'll get to an A- if Tua stays healthy, because once you find a quarterback, you're the shit.
Once you find the quarterback and he's cheap, then when you start paying him expensive money.
I don't care about the expensive. You keep worrying about money.
No.
Once you find a guy that can play the position and be a real franchise quarterback,
You
then
know,
I
when you're
know
paying,
I got a general manager.
when you're
Okay.
paying your quarterback $200 million, you better hit on those third day picks, and you better hit on those undrafted players, and you better hit on your dollars worth shopping in free agency, because that's what you're going to have to live off.
And they do that. And they do that.
He's got A in trades.
The third day stuff is the only thing you have something to stand on. That's
Second
it.
day. Oh, Michael
No,
Dieter.
second day they're exceptional. What are you talking
Austin
about?
Jackson, Noah Igbenogany, Michael Dieter, Raekwon McMillan, Solomon Kinley, Liam Eichenberg. Sorry to throw him on that pile. Hunter Long. Like, bro, come on now. This is
For
not
second day? For second day?
Second day guys aren't even worth mentioning. Oh, second day. With Hunter Long's the second day guy. Liam Eichenberg's the second day guy.
But so is Javon Holland. So is Robert Hunt. So is Brandon Jones. You know, those are second day guys too, but you don't mention those guys.
Michael Dieter, second day guy. Michael Dieter, Robert Hunt, Raekwon Davis, Brandon Jones.
Two of the three are good.
Okay, second day guy. Liam Eichenberg, Hunter Long.
And Javon Holland.
I'm sorry.
You conveniently leave out Javon Holland. You know, he's only picked Minka and Javon Holland. He's only picked two of the five best safeties in the NFL.
I apologize. I apologize. Javon Holland was at the turn of the page for drafts, so I didn't see him there. But yes, Javon Holland. He's hitting like 500.
That's exceptional. That's exceptional. That's exceptional, Omar.
You're right.
If you hit on half your draft picks, you are excellent at drafting.
You're okay. No, we don't have his draft picks. He's hit on 50% on second day. 50%.
Would you like me to go to Parcells' second round picks?
Let's leave.
No, I don't think you wanted me to do that, right?
No.
I don't think you want me to do that, right?
Because
I already read him, right?
Listen, we can do it. I'm not.
No, you don't. No, you don't want to do it.
Pat White, Sean Smith, Patrick Turner, Toa Misi had a long career. John Jerry had a long career.
Get the fuck out of here. Cole Misi was shit. He was a sack of injuries. Get the hell out of here. Don't pull that shit on me. Now, one of the second rounders you have named has hit. Go ahead, just name them. Name them all.
John Jerry had a long ass career.
John Jerry found his way in the Giants.
John Jerry started for like 4 years here.
No, but John Jerry sucked here. Long Jerry sucked here. He was terrible here.
He did. He had a nice long career here, though.
I can go find articles of you ripping John Jerry.
I sure did. You're right.
Okay. So,
but he had a long NFL career.
All of Parcells' second
John
rounders.
Jerry might have spent 8 years as a starter in the NFL. Is that a win or a loss?
Listen. All of Parcells' second rounders were failures. And yet, you complain about Greer hitting half of the second rounders.
Philip Merlings, Chad Henne. Yeah, that's a failure. Pat White. Okay, that's 3 failures. We got 1 victory in Sean Smith.
No, it was not a victory either. Sean Smith was not a victory.
Sean Smith started in the NFL for like 8 years, bro.
Sean Smith had some flashes.
4-year starter here.
He never turned into a good bro. Are you comparing Sean Smith to Javon Holland? Seriously. Like, that's a second round pick, my man.
They're not even the same position.
Xavier Howard, that's a second round pick, my man. Like, these are like Robert Hunt, that's a second round pick, my man.
Sean Smith has had equal to, if not exceeded, the career of Robert Hunt. Like, stop.
Bro, Robert Hunt has just started and his career is already better. Robert Hunt is only going to get better.
We got to get to a baseline of what is a successful career.
You started this interview by moving Robert Hunt to right tackle.
I want to move him to right tackle. I still want to move him to right tackle. He was good at right tackle.
So if you think he can play right tackle and you're
right guard.
Sean Smith to Robert Hunt.
I would rather start Robert Jones at right guard and Robert Hunt at right tackle than what you do.
That tough son of a bitch has started every game for the Dolphins. He's super reliable, bro.
Yeah, and so was
I
John
mean,
Jerry. What you want a victory
not
lap
for
for that?
us.
John Jerry
Not
was super
for us.
goddamn reliable too. Now you don't want to
John
give him
Jerry
no credit, no props. No,
John
John
Jerry
Jerry
was not
started every
reliable.
damn game for 4 years.
Not for the
And that-
Dolphins, he wasn't. Not for the Dolphins, he wasn't.
Hey, he
was
started every
reliable.
damn game for 4 years, and now you want to give Robert Hunt the praise that you won't give John Jerry.
You need to go back and get some reality check here and go look at all the other GMs that they've had and go see their picks, and you see how little they used to hit on. And then these guys are actually hitting on a hell of a lot more, and yet you're not giving them the love.
What third day guy they hit on? What third day guy?
Stop living on the third day, bro.
Okay.
They're hitting on their first and second. They're making good trades. And if you miss on the third day, go find it in street free agency. If you miss on Igbenogamy in the first round, forget the third day, go find me Kohu, go find me Nick Needham, go find me Trill Williams. Thank you. If you miss on a lineman, go find me Sealer. If you miss on Eichenberg, go find me Jones. You know, you got to try to make up for it in other ways, and they
My
do
point
that.
is you can do both. You don't have to do one or the other. You can do both.
I just showed you just read the example of Parcells. They did none.
Bro.
Okay? They didn't hit on their second day picks. They were mediocre in their first day picks. They didn't hit on the third day picks either. They're not hitting on street free agents. They couldn't find a quarterback. Couldn't find a head coach. Come on, bro. They had a guy here that loved field goals.
They hit on the waiver wire. You're having a
you know that our boy Jeff Ireland actually did better post Parcells.
Yes, he did. He did all right.
Okay. So that's what I'm trying to. So I'll be honest with you about all this shit, but don't brag me about Parcells because that run was a disaster. An absolute disaster from top to bottom, from management to the drafting, the coaching.
The exact same thing that this organization did.
But it's
weird because they won
weird how we kill Ireland, and he actually did some stuff that was way more positive after this guy left. That's the problem. Now, he couldn't find a quarterback either, which, of course, that's a problem for every GM in the league is trying to find a quarterback.
Hey, Tannehill's still starter in the league, so we think. I'm curious.
You want him back? You want him back? Is that who you want to cover?
Nah, not really. I mean, I'm good. I'm good. Okay. I don't have no complaints. But he's going to be a starter in the league for somebody. I don't know who. But
there are bad starters in this league all the time. That's why there aren't 32 of them. So he'll find a spot, of course. So will Taylor Heineke and Gardner Minshew. They'll be starting for teams 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32, of course. Because
those guys aren't starters. Let's put some respect on Tannehill's name. Those guys aren't starters. Tannehill started everywhere.
But those are the kind of guys that end up in teams 32 and 31 and 30, starting for 3/4 of a season because whatever old fart they brought in wasn't good enough or retread or whatever the hell it is.
Player wasn't good enough, to unseat him. Yeah, that they got
to look what happened with Tennessee this year. They brought the Dobbs kid off the street, and because Malik was so bad, they couldn't even use Malik after that. So
I'm a big fan of Dobbs. Always.
Yeah, good kid. He's just inconsistent. All right, what do you got going on in Sports Illustrated so folks can check you out?
We talked to a number of the signees, the dollar store bargains, and basically a story going up about what motivated them, which was basically existing relationships. I found some of the, a lot of Vic Fangio came up where, David Long wanted to play in a scheme and a system like Vic Fangio. And I think that was a lot of agent driven stuff. Deshaun Elliott wanted to reunite with Brandon Jones, and as we know, the Jets guys, they're close as we saw on Instagram. So really enjoyed Dan Feeney, talking to Dan Feeney. Guy's a character, guy's a true character, and I'm curious to see if he can actually play.
Yeah, I think he might be more of a rotational guy.
Yeah, interior backup, interior guy, and that's perfectly fine because you got mystery meat at left guard. Yeah, you need that. Maybe he's a good center, and Connor Williams goes out to guard. I don't think that's a wise idea.
No, that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
Connor Williams is one of the top centers in the league, dude.
Yeah, I loved what I saw from him. So I don't have a problem with that.
I don't know why people are so quick to get off his bandwagon.
I'm
you
not
know, it's like no, but a lot of people are. They're like dying to move him to guard.
I think a mistake that they're making is that they're not re-signing him to a multi-year deal now. I really do think that that's a player that I would get him while he's relatively reasonably priced. And if he plays the way he played last year, like he did this year, he's going to be an expensive player. So,
all right. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly and catch his work there at Sports Illustrated. Omar, as always, thank you, my friend. We will catch up next week.
All right, man.
You got it. There you go. Omar Kelly and our essentialmovingexperts.com Miami Dolphins exchange. As we told you earlier, call our friends there at essentialmovingexperts.com. Call Sean. Great people, man. And they can move your goods from city to city, county to county, state to state, across the state. They do it all. All right. I know Paula's talking. We're 26 minutes in past. What are we doing here? I have not. No, market's not bouncing back yet. It's still at 28,431. It's amazing how the Dow is down 100 points now. S&P's down 7 points. Okay. Anyway, it's amazing that you see how Omar, like you think that Parcells is doing great, and then you look at it and he really, and these guys, if you're hitting on half your picks, you're actually doing a hell of a job. And if you're finding street free agents, that makes up for some of the picks that you miss. The trades overall have been really good. He's done a really good job. There's no way you can expect to be perfect in everything. It just doesn't make any sense. Just doesn't. And that's the screwed up part. If you look at it, Ireland did better overall after Parcells. But those early Parcells years, they were a disaster. It's just we fall in love with the 11 wins, the Wildcat bullshit. Chad Pennington taking care of the football. That's what we fall in love with. Because the quarterback was the eraser at that moment. He took care of the football. And then you played solid defense and you had a running game. You can keep the scores down and give yourself a chance to win. It's a simple formula. And they followed it, and they were able to be successful with it to a certain extent. Once they got to the playoffs and you have to play the big boys, that's when they ran out of gas because they were just good enough to kind of manufacture enough wins to get to the playoffs. And to Sperano's credit, while I never was a fan of Tony Sperano, and rest in peace. I know he's a nice man. I know he's a good person and all of that. He's not a jerk like some of the guys that we've had here have been jerks. Tony was a good person, but the loser mentality of settling for field goals and that kind of stuff, that just didn't work. The conservative nature he had with it, it just didn't work. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of things that just did not work. The people he had in that organization, I'm talking about Parcells, the bickering and the fighting between Aponte and Ireland and everything else, it was just a mess. It was an absolute mess. And the guy came here and really wasn't here. He was in Saratoga betting his fat ass off over there and leaving the children running the organization, basically. And he was running it half-ass from Saratoga. That shit don't fly. Sorry. But I think we have to kind of take a step back. Just look at what's – I get it. He's not convinced, and that's fine. But I know what I saw last year. I saw an offense that can score in this league now. I saw a quarterback that can play at an incredibly high level, okay? This is a team that only got better with Vic Fangio and adding Ramsey and adding Long and adding some of the pieces, and they still have the draft, and they still have a couple of more pieces in free agency that they're going to add. But now we're at that phase where, some of the money is being haggled over now because money's too tight to mention. As what's the name of that band, Red something or whatever? But you know who I'm talking about. Well, some of you may know who the hell I'm talking about. But anyway, so I like the direction that the Dolphins are going in. I do, man. I think this team is going to be really, really good this year. I've told you many times over, it's all about luck. They need a break or two. They got to stay away from a whole bunch of injuries. You're going to get some injuries because it's freaking football. But, man, it can't be the amount of injuries they had last year and to specifically key players, including the quarterback. Those are the things they've got to avoid if they're going to have a good season. Yeah, no, Omar normally moves the goalposts. He does that all the time. Yeah, he does that. But I catch him on moving those goalposts. Don't worry about it. I don't allow him to get away with that shit. No. Dennis Hickey drafted Jay Ajayi. Randy Mueller, I believe, drafted Ronnie Brown. Both got us to the playoffs. I'm just saying D. Henry is out there for the taking. Please don't make it simple. They don't pay for running backs, and they're not going to do that. Okay? So they're not going to trade a pick or two and give the guy a big fat contract at 29 years old. And by the way, I think his average per carry went down a yard last year. Let me see. I want to say, where are you at here? Here we go. Derrick Henry stats. Do, 2019, he was at 5.1 on 2019, 5.4 in 2020, 4.3 in 2021, and 4.4 in 2022. So he's a yard under where he was 2 years ago, where he was averaging 126 yards a game. He averaged 117 yards a game in 21. Last year, he averaged 96 yards a game. Okay? Touchdowns, 16 and 19, 17 and 20, 10 and 21, 13 and 22. I'll tell you what went up for him were receiving touchdowns and receiving yards, which is not what he's known for. Did you know that Derrick Henry last year went from 18 receptions to 33 receptions? Again, not a ton, but for him, 18 to 33 is an enormous climb. He had 154 yards in 21. He had 398 last year. Again, when you compare to Christian McCaffrey and some of these other guys, it'll be more, but 400 yards receiving for a running back is really good, actually. And he jumped from 8.6 yards per reception to 12.1 yards per reception. He jumped from 4 touchdowns in 20 to 7 in 21 to 11 in 22. So while he went down in rushing touchdowns from a few years ago from 17 to 13, he went up from 4 to 11 in receiving. So let's be fair. While his rushing numbers have gone down, they actually used him more as a wide receiver this year, and he did a pretty damn good job at wide receiver. Not bad. But again, he's 29 years old now. I know he's a freak, but the question is, at what point does, running backs don't go into their 30s. So at what point does he start to show wear and tear is the question. I think that's the next thing that whoever's, holding off to get. There's a reason why Tennessee wants to trade him. I mean, he's your offense. He's been your offense for years now. You're about to trade away your offense? Why? What are you seeing in Derrick Henry? Because you don't have a great quarterback. So you would figure you'd keep your imposing figure behind the line of scrimmage. So why is Tennessee already willing to part ways with Derrick Henry? Are they trying to get off the gravy train before there's no more gravy? That's the question you got to ask yourself. But the Dolphins will not be trading for Derrick Henry and paying him. They don't do that. And they already signed their 4 backs. So they're not doing that. So as Dolphin fans out there, don't look at it that way. Don't expect that, because it just won't happen. Big O, do you think Tannehill would be a better QB if he had a decent O-line, Derrick Henry and Waddle and Hill? He'll be the same guy. He's a game manager. If it's on script, he'll be fine. He can facilitate. If things go awry and he has to ad lib and he has to try to overcome things, that's when brain farts come in, and that's when he gets lost. Okay? Tannehill is a game manager, as I've said for many, 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 many years. On his best day, that's who he is. Game manager. Nothing more, nothing less. He can't do anything else. So, all those individual stats get thrown out the window in December. Yeah. No, they block the – but here he would have a quarterback. See, that's the difference. You can stuff the line and stop Henry, but Tua's going to beat you with his arm and his brain. That's what Tannehill can't do. That's why they get to the playoffs and they do nothing. They just stack the line. They don't give Derek any holes to build up any momentum whatsoever. So they stop him on the line and they make him go sideways. And then they say, quarterback, Dobbs, Tannehill, whoever you are, you're going to beat us. And guess what happens? They can't beat him. Both has to work, man. You know? So it's just weird. You think about it. He's their entire offense, and you're going to get rid of him. You already got rid of A.J. Brown the year before. Now you're going to get rid of Derrick Henry. Boy, you are in complete rebuild. I mean, absolute rebuild. But I get it. Now's when you can get something for Derrick Henry. In another year or two, you will not be able. Remember what I told you about X? Remember, same thing. 2 years ago, after that big season, what did I say? Now's the time to move X. You've had many knee injuries. You've had off-the-field issues. You've had contract issues. You don't want to have any more of those. He just had a 10-interception season. Go trade him for a haul. Can you do it now? No. Can't do it now. Now he's getting to 30. Now he's coming off an injured year. Now he didn't play well. Now you got no market. So a year from now or two, Derrick Henry might break down. Derrick Henry's numbers might start going down drastically. You will not be able to trade him for the haul. It's the same thing. Same exact thing. So, let's see. The Cincinnati Bengals have 21 draft picks the last 3 years, and 18 of those picks are still on the roster. Yep. And we'll see if they actually pay them when they become free agents. That will be the big problem for that. You know, let me tell you something. You know, Frankie, if you look over the years, talent's gone through Cincinnati. They have not really lacked talent. And when you think about it, they've had some players go through there. They've had some pretty decent teams. They've been in a very tough division for many, many years, having to deal with the Steelers and the Ravens. You know, the Browns, who cares? They suck all the time. So the Browns are a joke. But the Ravens and the Steelers are always really, really good. So Cincinnati, you know, some of those Dalton teams and Carson Palmer teams, they had some players on those teams, man. Like, some serious talent's gone through Cincinnati. So I'm not surprised that now they have some players there. The question is, will Mike Brown keep them? Will he pay them? And, you know, he spent some money, more than I've expected him to spend. We'll see what happens now when he has to put a lot of money in escrow for Joe Burrow. We'll see what happens after that. All right. Yeah, just like the stock market. That's right, baby. Sell high, buy low. And we had a chance to sell high on X, and we didn't. And this is Tennessee's time to sell high on Derrick Henry. Yeah. All right, we're out of here. We thank Omar Kelly, Matt Verderam, Ira Winderman, and Kurt Heelan. We thank, of course, Sean Stanley, the man, the myth, the legend that masters this program every single day. Most of all, we thank every one of you out there for tuning in, for supporting the show, however it is that you support our show, sending in a donation, visiting our amazing sponsors. Please visit our sponsors. Very important to go visit Craig Zinn's Acura Pembroke Pines, which they do a phenomenal job out there. Visit, how about Hialeah Park? Tomorrow we're going to be at Hialeah Park, 3 to 6 p.m. A lot of great sponsors. Caneswear. Visit our great sponsors at Caneswear. I'm telling you, folks, please. That's how we keep this thing going. And of course, remember to subscribe, hit the download, hit the notification bell, hit the like button, all of those things. And if you want to make a donation to the show, Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. We leave you with Bitcoin at 28,440. Amazing. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great one.
This is the Big O Show.